Possibly I need to wait for a few minutes for the audience to settle down and the presenter be on a seat. Giving insight on achieving CAADP Kampala food and nutrition targets, the pathway for accelerating implementation. You recollect that the whole of yesterday, we were on this subject. An expert spoke at different sessions, brought up the fact that Africa is not short when it comes to framework, when it comes to strategy. And we articulated it very well, that the Kampala CAADP framework is really very promising. What has been missing over decades is translating this framework into action, investing into things that translate it into action. And so Dr. Lawrence Haddad will do that. But I'm happy that my first presenter is in the hall. I think it's a question of communication. She's here. She will be talking about the need to invest in healthy soil, for healthy diet, for healthy people, and a healthy planet. And this is a big issue for every one of us. In fact, the connection between soil, diet, people, and the generation is really very, very important. I observed that part of the speakers also today made very good mention of the 30% of our children experiencing stunting, and that is terrible. Those stunting, they come if the first 2,000 days of life, they do not have access to very good nutrition. That is been known to affect their cognition or life. And so 30% of our children cannot recover from low cognition level. And that is beginning to threaten the capacity of the future generation in Africa to articulate themselves and, work towards their own development and sovereignty. This is not an issue we should handle with levity. So I have in the audience already Dr. Janet Edeme, the head of Rural Development Division and acting head of Agriculture and Food Security at the African Union Commission. With a round of applause, please welcome Dr. Janet to make a good presentation. As she comes forward, I want to encourage you to please listen attentively and take your question. There may be opportunity to take a few. You're welcome, Dr. Janet. Yeah, please, IT, put up Dr. Janet's presentation. Yeah, you can come.
Let's try to give them 1 or 2 minutes. It's difficult to speak with your back to your audience. Okay, thank you. Okay, so good afternoon again, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to be making it a rather short presentation, looking at how we can invest in healthy soils for healthy people, contextualizing it with regards to our diets and our nutrition.
full. They are all dead.
Okay, thank you. Jacinta, before we begin, there is some housekeeping announcements from my colleague, Jacinta.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We are appealing to our delegates, AUDA NEPAD. Our finance officer is leaving by tonight. Can you kindly go and collect your DSAs at the Malabo counter outside this plenary? Please, if you know a person who has not collected, kindly let them know. This is the last call. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Jacinta. I think we've resolved our technical issues. So as I was saying, I'll be presenting is a very short presentation on investing in healthy soils for healthy people and contextualizing it within our diet and nutrition and also our planet. So this is going to be my outline. Just a few key facts about soil, and then showing some of the linkages between soil health and nutrition and how it impacts on our diet and as persons. And then a little bit in terms of soil health and the health of our planet and also investments. So, just some key facts on soils. Did you know it can take up to 1,000 years to form 1 centimeter of soil? And if we're able to sustainably manage our soils, we can produce up to 58% more of our food. And 65% of agricultural land on our continent is degraded. And annually, our continent continues to lose an estimated 4 billion euros worth of soil nutrients annually. Let that sink in. 4 billion. Our soil has value. It has assets. And of course, when we are talking about the first fertilizer summit that took place in Abuja in 2006, the heads of states had endorsed the proposal that we should be able to increase the usage of fertilizer from 8 kilograms to 50 kilograms by 2017. And yet currently, the whole continent is still alarmingly low. It's 20 kilograms per hectare. So what is soil health? Our soil health is also very equivalent to our human health. We've come up with a definition. We want to call it an African context definition. The soil health scientists are here. I'm not a soil health scientist. They would unpack that definition later on if it comes up. So our definition is that soil health is the capacity of the soil to sustain agricultural productivity, climate resilience, and ecosystem services through sustainable management of farms and landscapes. And we look at soil health in the context of the human health as well. In terms of our holistic well-being, you need to be sound in health. We also look at diagnosable indicators. You don't feel too good, some tests are carried out, and that would help the doctor in terms of the appropriate prescription and medication or treatment. It's the same thing with our soil. microorganisms as well in the soil, helping to keep our soils healthy. We also do have good probiotics in our own human body as well. And we do know that healthy soil silently also powers nearly everything, talking about our food, our water, our climate, and our livelihoods. So just a little bit of soil, 001, to refresh our memories in terms of those of us who had studied soil health in school. So just a bit of a refreshment on our memories. There are essentially about 18 nutrients that plants require to properly grow and also have nutrient-rich tissues. So we have the oxygen, the carbon dioxide, and the water in the atmosphere. And then we have most of those like structural elements, the primary micronutrients, the secondary, and the micronutrients within the soil. So those three I mentioned are obtained from the atmosphere through photosynthesis, the oxygen, the carbon dioxide, and the water. And our nutrient-rich soils can produce crops with higher nutritional value that will impact positively on human health and also helps to combat malnutrition. There was an Indian breeder and geneticist, I think he died at the age of 93 or 98 in 2003, M.S. Swamithan, who said, soil anemia also breeds human anemia. Micronutrient deficiency in the soil also results in micronutrient malnutrition in people, since the crops grown on such soils also tend to be deficient in the nutrients needed to fight hidden hunger. Now, in terms of contextualizing how we look at our healthy soils and the environment, our soils can hold more carbon than all the world's plants and the atmosphere combined. So when we get our farmers to use climate-smart practices like cover cropping or reduced tillage, they do more than just protecting the land. They actually also help to pull carbon out of the air and also lock it in the ground, filters out pollutants, keeps our rivers and lakes clean, and also helps in terms of preventing floods and droughts. Our biodiversity also relies on healthy soil. I think we're aware that there's going to be a biodiversity summit coming up first week of November in Gaborone in Botswana. So just let's try to think about this. A single teaspoon, not a tablespoon, not a whole jug. A single teaspoon of healthy soil can contain more living organisms than there are people on earth. Have we ever thought of it in that light? And since soil is living, those organisms, they are unseen, but they are working 24/7, breaking down organic matter, recycling nutrients, and keeping the ecosystem balanced. And healthy soil also acts like a sponge. It soaks up the rain, stores it for plants, for use later. And soil is, we recognize this as nature's water management system, doing its job every day, quietly, without us noticing that work is going on. So we need to look at a paradigm shift on perception of soil. How do we see soil? And what's amazing is how food, water, environment, and even economic security are connected through soil. We care for our soil, we keep it replenished with the necessary micronutrients, we are able to grow more nutritious food. So next time, distinguished delegates, when you look on the ground, don't just see dirt. Don't look at soil as dirt. See potential, see progress, see the quiet power that's beneath your feet that could help us build a more sustainable world. So soil is not just dirt. Look at it in this. This is the paradigm shift we're talking about on how we begin to perceive soil. So yesterday, my colleague, Madame Estherine, had also highlighted when she was talking about how we want to domesticate the CAADP Kampala guidelines. So we had also sat as a team and looked at the strategic objectives, which I also presented, and said, okay, so which of these strategic objectives would the issues around soil health be captured in? Because we need alignment. We talked about alignment, coherence, and being able to leverage on existing initiatives. So investing in healthy soils directly contributes to strategic objectives 1, 3, and 5 of the CAADP Kampala strategic objectives I mentioned. Objective 1, looking at issues around sustainable food production and trade, investment and financing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are the 6, but we've been able to identify 1, 3, and 5 as the strategic objectives that we can also use in terms of contributing to the implementation of those strategic objectives. So objective number 1, on sustainable food production and trade, issues around resilient systems, food, nutrition, and security. And of course, my colleague had talked about the 22 targets that we'll be monitoring in the CAADP Kampala Declaration, Strategy and Action Plan, and also the 48 intervention areas. So just some highlights from the Nairobi Declaration on African Fertilizer Soil Health Action Plan. The decision in that declaration was for us to triple fertilizer with 300%, both organic and mineral, in terms of consumption, in terms of production, in terms of distribution, by 2034. We are supposed to triple the consumption, domestic production, and distribution. And then also ensuring that we make available by 2034 the necessary agronomic recommendations for specific crops, soils, and climatic conditions to at least 70% of the smallholder farmers on our continent. By 2034, we are also expected to have reversed land degradation and restore soil health on at least 30% of degraded soil. And we do have the Africa Fertilizer Financing Mechanism, which has been hosted by the Africa Development Bank. And this financing mechanism was put in place to be able to support our member states to be able to access the resources for them to be able to address the issues around access to fertilizer, both organic and inorganic, and also soil health intervention initiatives. So we are expected to have this fully operational at 100% by 2034. A few other targets from the Nairobi Declaration. We're expected to have formulated and implemented policies and regulations that will create the conducive environment for fertilizer and soil health interventions. Full scale as well in terms of developing and promoting systemic national capacity building for locally relevant fertilizer and soil health management. And we are underscoring the locally relevant fertilizer and soil health management practices and technologies. It's not a one-size-fits-all. And then ensuring that at least 70% of our smallholder farmers will have access to quality extension and advisory. And I'm looking at my sister Lillian from AFAS, for them to be able to have access to quality extension and advisory services on fertilizer and soil health, both from public and private extension systems. And ensuring that we're also going to be domesticating the Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Action Plan into the National Agri-Food Systems Investment Plans once our member states are ready to roll out the development of the investment plans that my colleague, Madam Esterine, spoke about. We need to also domesticate this action plan in those agri-food systems investment plans. We've also tried to identify some potential and specific targeted areas of investment that will be needed for us to be able to restore our soil by 2034. The issues around soil database, to be able to develop a soil database, and also valuation. Like I mentioned earlier on, our soils are valuable. They are a national asset. So we need to be able to have that soil database for us to be able to come up with informed decisions and also provide that as data for private sector investors. Issues around research extension and education, including issues of soil subjects in our school curriculums, providing resources for innovative fertilizer and soil inputs in research and extension. And of course, increasing our domestic production and distribution of fertilizer and soil health inputs, empowering our farmers to practice sustainable soil management, particularly in terms of the capacity for them to use the soil inputs and investment on soil health inputs. Then, of course, the issues of coordination. When I made my presentation yesterday, I also spoke about the interministerial coordination structure that needs to be put in place. So we were looking at issues of micronutrient deficiency in our soils and its impact in terms of the crops grown and how it's also impacting in terms of malnutrition. Colleagues from the Ministry of Health, for example, trade would also have to be on board in terms of making sure we can have that interministerial coordination. And of course, having these soil labs and analytical toolkits, and also building our technical capacities. So we've also tried to identify some potential areas of contribution from our partners. We could have these North-South knowledge exchange programs, and also looking at issues around innovative technologies and mechanisms on fertilizer and soil health restoration, and also building technical support for research capacity building. We do have the African Center for Fertilizer Development based in Harare, in Zimbabwe. And one of the decisions that was taken by the heads of states in Nairobi was for us to ensure that we fully operationalize that Africa Center for Fertilizer Development and use it as a hub to be able to drive the implementation and actually lead in terms of implementing this declaration. So who is responsible for sustainable soil management? If you eat food, you are responsible, okay? If you eat food, you are also responsible to restore soil. And this would require collaboration across all sectors, like I had mentioned. And our governments will have to do the heavy lifting in terms of the investment needed, because soil is a national asset. So they need to be able to invest in the maintenance, the building, and the recovery of our soil health, because it's a public good. And we have already made the connection between the health of our soils and its impact on agricultural productivity, on nutrition, on health, and also on the environment. So, distinguished delegates, thank you very much. That was my presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Edeme, for that clear and important presentation. I saw that you clearly articulated the 5 investment area, and I know that effort is in place to ensure implementation across countries. In fact, the successes we have in the last 18 months on framework for implementation and actions at the country I think it's unprecedented. So as I'm concerned, I know that 28 countries have actions at different levels. Well, let us take the second presentation, and after that, we can raise a few questions. The second presenter is Dr. Lawrence Haddad, the Executive Director of Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. He will be speaking about achieving CAADP Kampala food and nutrition target, the pathway for accelerating implementation. He will be speaking online. So ICT, please quickly this time, bring up Dr. Lawrence. Very good. Dr. Lawrence, you have
Chair,
the floor.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
And hello, delegates, excellencies, it's great to be here. I'm going to share my slides. I can hear a slight echo on my end. I hope it's not too bad on your end. I'm going to share some slides with you that I hope you'll find interesting. Can you see my slides, colleagues? Can you see my slides, colleagues?
Okay, Dr. Lawrence, yes, we can see your slide. Beautiful and clear.
Great, wonderful. Thank you so much. Excellencies, it's great to be here. Thank you for inviting me, ADFNS and government of Rwanda. Really very much appreciate it. I want to talk about the need to accelerate food system transformation everywhere. My focus today is on Africa, and I want to describe an initiative that I think can help. My starting point is Dr. Mayaki's speech that he gave at the launch of CAADP in Kampala in January. I was there, and this quote really struck me. Acceleration is the name of the game, and I couldn't agree more. And why does implementation need to be accelerated? I really like that quote from Minister Bagabe when he said we need to go from concepts to contracts, and we need to create a culture of execution. I really like that. And why does implementation need to be accelerated? Well, really, it's simply because the food system transformation is moving too slowly. These are some data from the Food System Countdown Initiative that GAIN and FAO and others organize. And you can see for Africa, of the 40 food system indicators that we track, only 14 of them are tracking in the right direction, and none of them fast enough to meet the SDGs. So we're moving too slowly. Why are we moving too slowly? GAIN has been working with 8 African countries and beginning to work with 3 new African countries as well. And what we see from our Asian partners and our African partners is 4 key issues that are slowing things down. The first thing is going from kind of a high-level objective to an implementable, financeable, specific set of actions that are going to move the needle on food system transformation. And this is because food systems are complicated, they're sprawling, there are so many opportunities, it's hard to know where to start and which to prioritize. So we and others have developed a set of tools that can really help go from a high-level objective to a concrete, investable action. The second challenge is really formulating actions that will really leverage the private sector at scale. The food system is the private sector. It's the companies, whether it's farmers, whether it's processors, transport, cold chain, retailers, banking, advertising, you name it. Food system is the private sector. And so we have to make sure that the private sector resources are pointing in the right direction towards healthy diets, towards climate resilience, towards job creation. And then the third challenge is around getting financing, especially from our international finance institutions, development finance institutions, and public development banks. These kind of institutions have been less badly hit by the shortfalls in overseas development assistance, official development assistance, ODA, because they are replenished in a 4 or 5 year cycle. So they still have funds to lend. They also generate funds themselves. So they're less vulnerable to changes in external financing flows. But we're not doing a good enough job of getting them to invest in the food system, especially for nutrition. And I think the final challenge is the ecosystem of support, organizations like GAIN and others. We are not collaborating enough with each other. And so governments have to deal with multiple organizations rather than a collective, collaborative set of organizations. So how to address this? There are many ways to address it, and governments with their partners are addressing it. But here is one initiative called the Food System Transformation Accelerator that could help. The accelerator was launched by Amina Mohammed, the UN Deputy Secretary General, at the +4 UNFSS +4 in Addis at the end of July this year. And it's really, it's co-led by GAIN and FAO, but it involves lots of partners. And obviously it's driven by governments. Governments will reach out to the accelerator, and many are already. In the last 2 or 3 months, we've had conversations with Somalia, Ghana, and Uganda. And governments invite the accelerator to partner with them to develop financeable food system actions. We will engage with businesses. Once a government does that, we will then begin to engage with businesses in that country, in that context, local businesses, to work with them, to engage them better and get them aligned with what the government sees as its priorities. And we will then bring in the IFIs, the finance institutions, the international ones, the African Development Bank, for example, and the DFIs, which are many of them in Europe. They have funds to invest in Africa. And all of that will help accelerate food system transformation at the country level. Now, how does it work? Well, if a government approaches the accelerator, we will work with the government and partner with them to translate a high-level goal into a financeable, impactful action. And we do that in a number of ways, working with local partners, local governments, and policymakers and policy analysts to describe their food system, to diagnose it with them, and then to prioritize actions. The private sector will be engaged at this stage. The IFIs and DFIs need to be engaged at this stage, because we don't want to develop these fantastic investable actions that the IFIs and DFIs then say, oh, that doesn't really quite fit our priorities. So they have to be engaged really early on. There's a big focus on capacity and a big focus on getting the action financed. It will be implemented and monitored. So to do this, you need a number of tools. What are some examples of some of the tools that we can use? I'm just going to give you three, but there are many others. First one is you simply need to describe a food system. And here's Nigeria. The government of Nigeria has a great food system dashboard, and it has about 100 plus indicators, everything from the farm through to consumption, including nutrition outcomes, hunger outcomes, environment outcomes, and jobs and livelihood outcomes. Here's an example of this dashboard, and you can see it's subnational, really quite granular. And this is the cost of fruits and vegetables relative to starchy staples. And you can see some of the regions here are, the darker region means the cost of fruits and vegetables are much more expensive than starchy staples. And when that happens, it means it's going to be a challenge for people to get access to healthy diets, because they can't get access to fruits and vegetables in an affordable way. Food system dashboards, these subnational dashboards, exist in Kenya, Mozambique, and Nigeria. And GAIN and other partners are working with Ethiopia and Rwanda to develop them, and new requests are coming in all the time. We just had a request from the government of Ghana last week to do this. So the next example of a tool that can help is a policy coherence tool. Now, this tool is for a country in Eastern Africa. And this tool basically, and Minister Bagabe mentioned this, he said we need to become more coordinated. The columns in this table are the sector policies, so agriculture, health, environment, and so on. And then the horizontal lines in this table are the food system goals, the government's own food system goals. And this is a piece of analysis that takes about a month, with interviewing lots of policymakers, looking at lots of policy documents. And you can see where the green cells, the green boxes, means that the ag policies are highly, if you look at that first column, the ag policies are highly coherent with increasing the supply of staples, increasing the affordable prices for the main staples, and for climate adaptation. But when it comes to the goal of less unhealthy food consumption, it's not very coherent with the agriculture policy. Similarly, the red box in the industrial, monetary, and economic policy is not very coherent with adequate wages for food system workers. Now, this isn't to say that the red cells have to be addressed. It's really just to tell policymakers this is what it looks like. If you're happy with that, then don't do anything. But if you're not happy with it, this gives you a guide to change something. And again, Minister Bagabe said there will be trade-offs, and we have to be pragmatic in achieving them. So this table, this analysis, I think will help you be really pragmatic about which trade-offs do you know about, which ones are acceptable and which ones are not. And this is something else that Minister Bagabe mentioned, the 3FS tool. This is the first tool And we are, again, and IFAD and the World Bank and AGRA and Academia 2063, we're working together to implement this in 8 African countries with the country's ministers, with the country's ministries of finance. This gives you a budget for food systems. I mean, the food systems is not a ministry, so it doesn't have a ministerial budget. So you have to construct a food system budget across different ministries. And here's an example from West Africa. And again, this country has done this. And you can see on the left-hand panel that total government spending on food systems is going up from 2019 to 2022. And on the right-hand panel, you can see what that spending is on. So you can not only see how much spending is happening, but you can see where it's going. And you can see not much is happening in the nutrition and health space here, but a lot is happening in infrastructure and ag value chains. Now, I'm not too pessimistic about this picture because I think we can insert nutrition into infrastructure for food systems and into agricultural development and value chains to get a nutrition sensitive infrastructure and nutrition sensitive value chains. So that's sort of using tools to highlight opportunities within the food system. The second challenge is we need to get the private sector more involved. And I think a lot of people in the nutrition space think that this is really impossible. The private sector is really only interested in selling us junk food and is not interested in healthy foods. And I want to give you 3 examples where I think this is not true. GAIN works a lot with small and medium and sometimes large national entities, national companies in Africa to try to make this overlap between nutrition outcome and business outcome as big as possible. So here's some examples. We want businesses to supply more nutritious foods in the marketplace. Well, let's support small and medium enterprises that are supplying nutritious food with blended finance. That de-risks the returns for private investors. And we are working with Incofin, which is a fund manager, to do just that. And we've provided credit to about 10 SMEs in Africa, quite large scale credit, sort of $500,000 to $1 million, who are producing and supplying nutritious foods to do that. And we of course want to do much, much more of that. Supplying more nutritious foods to your workforce. This is really important because healthier workers have fewer accidents, they have fewer absenteeisms, they're more loyal, they have higher productivity. They basically develop and improve the bottom line of a company. So a company, really, it's in their interest to have healthier workforces because it's good for their business. But sometimes they need some startup funding to set the program up so that they can become convinced it can work, and then they begin to fund it themselves because it boosts their profitability. And then finally, supplying more nutritious foods to safety net programs. Again, here's an example. Can we, in public procurement for schools, for social protection programs, can we build in more nutrition content? Can we, as well as staples, can we build in pulses? Can we build in fortified or nutrient-enriched foods, or even vegetables? Can we work with social protection policy implementers to stimulate local production of nutritious foods? Social protection is often a big cash injection into a particular geography. The nutrition folks try to get the people receiving the cash to spend it differently, which is important. But what about using it to stimulate local production of nutritious foods? And I think if we did this and built this in, we can achieve lots of other really important outcomes as well as nutrition outcomes. So SMEs that grow jobs for youth in food systems, improve farm and firm productivity, better learning in schools, and stimulation of the local food economy. And my final challenge is around IFIs, international finance institutions and development finance institutions. How do we get them interested in the food system, in food system transformation. This is a piece of analysis that was published about a year ago, and it looks, don't be too intimidated by this graph. It looks at 6 IFIs, international finance institutions, including the African Development Bank, which I've highlighted at the bottom of the screen. And it looked at 916 of their projects between 2015 and 2022. So it looked in detail at the project documents. And it said, of these project documents, how many really emphasized food security and nutrition? These were only agriculture projects they looked at. How many of these agriculture projects and agriculturally focused projects emphasized food security and nutrition? And I've highlighted the red box, the box in red for food security and nutrition on the right. And the purple bar is the African Development Bank. And you can see the African Development Bank, it's pretty good. 40% of its agriculturally focused development projects were classified as promoting food security and nutrition. But you kind of have to wonder what the other 60% were promoting. Well, they were promoting economic growth. If you look at the bars on the left-hand side of the graph, they were promoting economic growth. And we know economic growth is good for food security and nutrition, but it's not a tight relationship. It doesn't automatically happen. You have to be really intentional about food security and nutrition. So there's much more that the African Development Bank can do, and others, but we in the food security and nutrition community have to help them, because of food systems and nutrition, they're quite complicated beasts if we don't simplify them. And so we have a role to play in working with those IFIs to help them invest more. Who is the accelerator? Who's coming together to do this? There are 3 kind of groups. Obviously, in addition to the governments, we have ADFNS, FAO, the Rome-based agencies, the SDG Fund, the Hub, and SUN. On the non-state actors, we have GAIN, AGRA, Academia, GIZ, and others. And in the DFI, IFI, PDB is Public Development Bank. We don't quite know who they're going to be yet, but we're talking obviously to the African Development Bank and IFAD and others. KFW, FMO, Proparco, these kinds of organizations. What are the outcomes we hope to achieve by 2050? Up to 10 African countries where policies and budgets are better aligned to their own food system objectives, significant increases in 5 IFI, DFI, and 10 public development banks, increases in their financing volumes to food system transformation for nutrition. We want significant increases in private sector activity via these IFI, DFI financing opportunities, and up to 10 African countries better equipped to use, adapt, develop food system transformation tools, and better equipped to access IFIs and DFIs. I come back to this quote from Dr. Mayaki, which is kind of my North Star. Acceleration is the name of the game. It's not just governments who have to accelerate, it's development partners, it's everyone. We all need to speed things up, because the ones who bear the brunt of the slow rate of progress are the ones not in this room. They're the ones who Estherine Votabong said very early on. They are the ones who are carrying the burden of our slow pace of change of food system transformation. The mothers, the fathers, the children who are vulnerable to food insecurity and malnutrition. Thank you so much.
Wow. Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Lawrence, for that strong presentation. We all listened to it, and I'm hearing a number of things that we need to reflect on strongly, and we need to stimulate action so that we can accelerate the pace of food system transformation in Africa, of course, towards nutrition. A number of things comes up in my mind also. It appears that, Dr. Lawrence, you are saying that agricultural development is not a perfect proxy for food and nutrition security. Possibly not your exact word, but that's what it implies. And this needs to send all of us, technocrats, experts here, down to the dashboard again and think, how do we ensure that agricultural development, what is the gap for agricultural development to also translate into food and nutritional security? You have emphasized the issues of investment, policy coherence. And I saw that you are saying, can we align business return with nutritional security? Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open. One or two questions because of our time. For Dr. Janet, who spoke on healthy soil, healthy food, healthy people, healthy nation. If there is any question on these two presentations, I'll be glad to quickly take them now. Please, just by raise of hand, let me see. Okay, I've seen one, I've seen two, and I close the door. So please kindly bring the roving mic quickly to my brother here. Please just introduce yourself and go straight to your question. Questions only. Please rush and respond to him. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Madi Sisse, Professor Madi Sisse, President of the African Nutrition Society. I have two questions. The first question is for Dr. Hadid. Just to say you, the bill related to food import is higher in Africa. In 2025, it's estimated into $110 billion. In my opinion, to reduce this bill, it's important to develop the consumption of local food, traditional food, including neglected resources. So, did you have some proposition to include the traditional food, including also neglected resources, to the food system in Africa? Yeah. The second question is for Dr. Janet. You are talking about some works between the relationship between the quality of the soil and the nutritional quality, essentially in some English country. My question is, did you have some kind of this work in some Western African country? Because in this Western African country, you use many pesticides, many chemical products to produce these raw materials. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Let's take the second questions and we can, is beside you.
My question goes to Dr. Lawrence, and maybe could be a comment as well. I'm glad the result that the cost of accessing nutritious foods is high. Even the example he presented for maize in Nigeria and the nutritious fruits. My question is, in your analysis, are you finding efforts for actually coming to the very basics breeding of these biofortified varieties? Because it appears the presentation is on what is there, but it would require more efforts into breeding actually to these varieties and the varieties, the biofortified varieties that are preferred by the consumers. So do we find efforts for member countries and other development partners to actually engage into breeding of these biofortified varieties? Talking of orange fresh sweet potato, high iron, zinc rice, yeah, and the others. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will just give the floor to Dr. Lawrence to respond to these, the questions that pertain to him, and after that, Dr. Janet. Lawrence, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for some great questions. On the President's question on neglected foods, I think this is so first of all, it's not what I think is important, it's what the government thinks is important. So if the government has a priority to increase the consumption of neglected foods, then we of course will support that. I think it's a very important objective. I think it's a very important objective because many neglected foods are very high in nutrients, micronutrients, vitamins and minerals. It's not all about calories. Vitamins, minerals, protein, very important as well. And they're very high in those. So I'm thinking dark green leafy vegetables, for example. But they're also very in tune with the climate and the environment. So they're not very heavy in terms of their environmental footprint because they're native to the context. So that's really important. The challenge we find with a lot of the neglected foods is that people think that they're not for human consumption. They're for animal consumption, and that's because what would you like to say? The recipes, the culture, the traditions of using these foods have fallen by the wayside across the generations. So the big challenge really is to make them exciting, make them to revalorize them, to make them attractive and desirable once again. And that means a big focus on the demand side. We have to do a lot of demand side work to build the demand for this. But I think it's eminently possible. GAIN has been working in Kenya on a number of different ways to make green leafy vegetables much more attractive to consumers through cooking demonstrations, through billboard commercials, through TV, through kids' TV work, through community demonstrations, through a whole range of things. And we don't talk about how important the green leafy vegetables are for your nutrition and health. We just link green leafy vegetables to things that people really care about, whatever that is. So I think I'm totally with you on the neglected food. They need to be non-neglected. It's a similar story on the biofortified varieties. These are staple foods that have a natural variation in their, it could be zinc, it could be iron, it could be vitamin A, it could be a number of different micronutrients that are key. On these kind of staples, we want to see more of them produced and we want to see more of them consumed. They're good for on-farm consumption of farming families, and there also must be in the market and maybe even bought by procurement, so they're in the schools as well. The two big challenges with these kinds of, or three big challenges. The first one is some people think they're kind of GM foods. Actually, they're not. They're just using traditional varieties and natural variation in nutrient densities to select the varieties that are higher in nutrients. So that's the first challenge. The second challenge is to create similarly a demand for these products, because sometimes they look slightly different, sometimes they may taste slightly different, sometimes they have different feel in the mouth or a different cooking property. So there is a behavioral issue that needs to be addressed. And then the third problem is that sometimes there just aren't enough seeds. There isn't enough seed production, because it's sort of a mixing my metaphors here, a chicken and an egg. You know, the farmers have to know the demand is there, and if you do generate the demand, then the supply really has to respond quickly. So I'm a big fan of both of these opportunities: neglected foods that are rich in nutrients, biofortified staples that are rich in nutrients, as well as making fruits, vegetables, beans, eggs, dairy, poultry, and fish more affordable to everybody. Back to you, Chair.
Dr. Janet, can you quickly respond to that one question?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure I got the question from the distinguished delegates, because the presentation I made, this is an average in terms of what is happening with regards to the soils in Africa. There was no bias towards whether it was an Anglophone, Arabophone, Lusophone, or Francophone country, because the presentation cuts across the continent, and I was giving a global and a continental perspective in terms of the state of our soils and the areas of focus for our countries, for them to be able to make investments, and also highlighting the commonality in terms of the areas that have been targeted by our heads of states in the Nairobi Declaration where priority needs to be done. So it's irrespective of of whether the countries are in West Africa or whatever language they are speaking. That had no impact in terms of the outcome with regards to the quality of our soil. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Janet. Let me quickly round up this interesting discussion. We've given attention to the issue of soil health and its implication on our nutrition, a bit its implication on the future generation. And we have looked at the pace of implementation of action for food and nutritional security. Let me conclude by saying you are what you eat, and that should sound strong in our mind. 4 other points. Implementation of the African Fertilizer and Soil Health Action Plan and the Soil Initiative for Africa is very, very important. And the 2 speakers, they have emphasized the importance of intentional action at the country level. Even though 28 countries are at different stage of implementation, we still need, because we have 55 countries, we still need to move very fast. The second one is intentional action on food and nutritional security at the country level is important. We cannot overemphasize that. Then more action on the integration of forgotten food, or you call it underutilized food. We already know their importance. And so intentional action is actually very important. The last one is the quote that was given, that acceleration is the rule of the game. Anything, everything we can do at our different level to accelerate action will truly be a great help to this continent. On that note, I hand over to the staff facilitator, Barbara. Thank you. May a big appreciation, applause to the 2 speakers, and I will share from their applause.
Thank you very much, Prof. Can we give him another round of applause? Thank you to Dr. Janet and Dr. Lawrence for your presentations. At this point in time, I know we are checking our clocks and checking if we're going to go for lunch. I promise you, and I assure you that we will have a great lunch. But before we go for our lunch, we are going to have Dr. Namokolo Kovic. She's going to come here and lead us through one more presentation, and then we will take it forward from there. But yes, we will go for lunch. Dr. Kovic. Let's give Dr. Kovic a round of applause as she comes to the stage.
Sorry, I'm running because of the lunch thing. So actually, I've been asked to do something very simple. I'm going to facilitate a very quick session on behalf of Professor Francis Zotto, who is not with us today. The presentation is going to be made by Meli Duaba of Breadbox Bakery. Now, just to get our appetites wet for lunch, her presentation is going to be on a culinary innovative approach to African nutritious cuisine. And so this is an opportunity for us to see, I think, what we can do with those traditional and indigenous foods and our other African food. Meli Duaba. Good afternoon, and I hope you are going to make us prepared for lunch. Thank you. Good afternoon. Can I have the thing for... Good afternoon. I'm not sure if this thing is tall or I'm short. Somebody help us. The presenter is working for a clicker.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to take your time on this. Mine is to actually set a tone for the panel that is going to be coming after this. As introduced, my name is Matlogonolo Ledwaba from South Africa. And firstly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank African Union Development Agency, especially the Director of Agriculture and Food Security and Environmental and Sustainability, Mayor Esterine Fortabang. Thank you for giving us an opportunity. My job is very simple, is to promote the youth and then also to showcase a culinary innovative approach to African nutritional cuisine. Tomorrow, I have curated the Youth for Nutrition program that will be taken tomorrow when the Chef Challenge. So I would encourage you guys to attend and see what the youth has in terms of our African indigenous cuisine. Today, we were going to reflect and let us remember that our approach to food system must evolve. We must embrace innovation while honoring our rich cultural heritage. So today, I want to share with you a culinary innovative approach to African cuisine, a framework that seeks to transform how we grow, prepare, and consume food, ensuring that every bite tells a story of health, heritage, and hope. And I think core to this, for me, what is important is education. So I'm going to take you through a journey, and then I'll tell you why after this. I'm going to show you a small clip.
Hi, my name is Matlogonolo.
My name is CJ. Hi, my name is Kaune. My name is Raki.
My name is Junior.
I'm 11. I'm 11.
I'm 14 years old.
I am 11 years old, turning 12 this year.
Welcome to the breakfast.
So today I'm gonna make our Midwest pepper steak. I'll be making a pepper steak with potatoes. I'm going to make whatever comes to my mind.
So as you can see, this is where the magic happens. You start them from 5 years upwards. Not just like making burgers and chips, you teach them real proper cooking.
It's getting real this side, so what's happening? You're jumping up and down. The onions are burning.
Reggie, what's going on in here?
I'm frying my vegetables to make it into the sauce.
So how are you going to make them into a sauce? After frying them, can I have a taste at least?
I will rate my dish 8.9 out of 10.
My plate was the best one.
I rate my plate 100 out of 10. I'll rate my plate a 5.7 out of 10. Yo, didn't look good. Yeah, next time I'll do much better.
For me, at the core of innovation and approach to African nutritional cuisine, it's education. And then I believe that we need to start them young, because research has shown us that, and then we have practicalized it. We have started kids from as young as 4 years old, and then we taught them on how to cook. And then it has shown us that if we teach children how to cook, they have a relationship with food, and especially the food that seem to be, kids don't like vegetables. But then we realize that they don't like vegetables or any other indigenous food because of how they experience them. So when you put them into the kitchen and show them how it's done, they behave better to that. And what we do is that we decided that instead of starting from a youth age where we allow them to go to varsity, so we need to introduce them at a very young age, and we give them practical education, and that's our culinary innovative approach to African nutritional cuisine. And we provide these kids with education where we're saying cooking and baking, it's maths and science made edible. So we also demonstrate the art of maths and science through these. So our classes are STEM focused, and then this actually stimulates and encourage them. Also, while we're focusing on nutrition, we're also focusing on education, because we believe that we cannot leave them behind. Like the speaker that has said before, Washington, who said we need to involve them, but we have taken it a bit further by saying that can we introduce it at a grassroots level and start introducing kids at a young age. And also what we do is that we've got a program that is called Plan to Plate. Plan to Plate, through this program, children learn to grow their own herbs, vegetables and grain, bridging the gap between soil and plate. So this connection is invaluable. For instance, we have seen that students who grow their own food are more likely to consume fruits and vegetables, leading to healthier patterns. So by empowering our youth to see the entire value chain, from agriculture to nutrition, we equip them with tools to thrive. So for us, it's about fostering a mindset around food security and sustainable diets. So by changing how we think about food, we can build healthier communities and ultimately a healthier continent. And then also we're going to touch on innovation in food products. So in this way, our commitment to culinary innovative approaches also includes developing products that make healthy and traditional cooking and accessible. And I'm sure some of you are gonna look at this and say, I don't know, in our language we call it the guinya, and how is it healthy? I couldn't get any other picture, but it was to demonstrate that we could be innovative in doing and preserving our African and packaging them and selling them to the world, because we see that a lot of our products are not in the market. And also I was talking to somebody today to say, today we are commemorating, we are celebrating African indigenous food, we're celebrating everything that has to do with food. But when we come to conferences like this, we don't find any African indigenous food. So our menu is full of other things. So I was expecting to have Rwandan cuisine when I come here, but I don't see our indigenous food. But we sit and come into the conferences like this and talk about preserving African indigenous. And I'm pleading that when we do this next time, can we change the narrative and put our indigenous food at the forefront of our diets and menus when we do conferences like this. So I'm rushing through the stuff because I'm looking at time and I'm cognizant of time. So I believe that we need to have a holistic approach to how we do things and to achieve our goals. And I believe that we must adopt frameworks that integrates agriculture, education, and industry. So for me, I believe that this collaborative approach ensures that all elements work together seamlessly, creating food systems that are productive, nourishing, and culturally relevant and sustainable. So by aligning these components, we significantly improve food security and public health. So research also indicates that investing in agricultural productivity and nutrition, education can lead to decreased malnutrition rates across the continent. So moving from our commitment to action, as Africa transitions from the commitment made in Malabo to implementation strategies outlined in Kampala, we recognize innovation in the kitchen must complement innovation in the farm. So in conclusion, the journey towards achieving nourishing food system is a collective effort that calls us to rethink our approach to food. Through education, innovation, and collaboration, we can create a sustainable and vibrant future for Africa. Let us commit ourselves to this vision and work together and make it a reality. Together, we can ensure that every child, every family, and every community has access to nourishing food they deserve. And by doing that, and I think I want to touch on, I think a lot of us, we grew up in families where we were raised by our grandmothers, and then we found cooking as a chore. So it shouldn't be, because I believe that when we teach them from a young age and then we teach them on how to plow and the relationship with food, we have a better chance of these kids, most importantly, performing well at school and doing well and understanding where their food comes from. So I rushed through the presentation, so if there's anybody else who wants more of the information that I had due to time, then I'm more than available to assist. Thank you very much, and thank you to NEPAD for giving us an opportunity to create and making sure that the youth is at the forefront of everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Meli Dwaba. And that last picture was wonderful, wasn't it? That was, I hope we're going to have some of that for lunch. So there's going to be something else after lunch. There was supposed to be another session now, but that will happen after lunch. So I wish you all a wonderful lunch. Think about African food while you are at lunch, and then let's make sure our food systems transformation actually brings those foods to us. So, sorry, looks like I am too hungry, trying to send us off to lunch. So let me pass back to our main facilitator to send us to lunch.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Can we give Dr. Kovic a round of applause? And Madame Siba for that amazing presentation. Yes, like Dr. Kovic was saying, we're going for lunch, but we had a session on leaders in dialogue with the youth agripreneurs and chefs, which was supposed to happen now, but since we are behind 1 hour, we will come back for that session and then break out for other parallel sessions. So please keep that in mind. Come back after 1 hour of lunch, and then we will have our Leaders in Dialogue with Youth Agripreneurs and Chefs session. It will be moderated by Dr. Godfrey Bahigwa. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appétit.
Guidelines. One of the first core areas was what to deal with governance. So it was about the should be put in place at national level to ensure that all the stakeholders are participating in the design of the NIBes, which are the principal vehicles for implementing Kampala Declaration and Action Plan. So in this process, so they can contribute in terms of the different analytical processes that we mentioned yesterday to identify what are the gaps, what should be the priorities, and then design the national agricultural investment plans. So through these mechanisms, we expect that with the participation of the youth, their voices will be heard. The priorities of actions that are important for them will be heard and taken into account as decisions are being made in terms of what will be priority investments for member states. And that should include the kinds of investments that young people should be involved and participating in. They should also be, through these platforms and mechanisms, their voices will be heard to understand where are the bottlenecks in terms of possible access to financing so that they can fully establish their own businesses. Maybe I can leave it at this for now. I'm taking into consideration that we are so many on the panel.
Thank you, Director Esterine. Are you happy with the response? Okay. Can you clap if you're happy with the response? Otherwise, then I would ask her to continue. So the next question also is to Director Esterine. You are very popular, yes. It is also to you. It is going to be asked by Chef Limpo Lisulo. Chef, if you can come forward.
I'm short. Good afternoon. My name is Limpo Lisulo. I'm a youth for nutrition chef from Zambia. My question is being addressed to Madam Esterine. I think you kind of touched a little bit in your previous answer, but can you share with me how ADFNS plans to address the challenges faced by African youth in accessing finances and markets for their agricultural products? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And you're right, I think I already spoke about the hub that will provide incubator services, support to build capacity for developing your business plans and cases, and help to leverage financing. But I have to say, ADFNS is not a financing institution. We are an African Union institution with a mandate to support technical assistance for implementation of African Union policies and support to build capacity of different stakeholders, including, of course, the youth. And then be as a broker. That's our role. It's very clear in our mandate to broker partnerships and resource mobilization to support African Union member states. And of course, this is adds up with their business cases, and match them with private sector participants, private sector actors who can invest in various value chains or your startup businesses. So we believe that through this mechanism, we can also really help young people, providing an environment where they can meet investors and where they can pitch up their business cases to help them to access financing. So please.
Mumba Marwo, Washington, come to the floor. Hand for Washington. Hand for Washington.
Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. So on the protocol that has already been established, and I think we are witnessing what we mean by intergenerational partnership. This is a clear testimony that our leaders, they are ready and willing to work and engage with us. So it's something that we really applaud and celebrate as young people. So my question, Your Excellency, is to say, given that, your success story in policy and digital agriculture, what specific pathways is the ministry creating?
But, everything starts from a policy framework. When we have to implement this Malabo, the Kampala Declaration, where even it says that 30% of youth and women, 30%, should be well empowered. So when you talk about empowerment, the people just should think what types of empowerment you are talking about. So it is around to go with a quick fix, to have the quick impact. So I still believe that one pillar of empowering is to make sure that you build the capacity of youth, most importantly in making agribusiness. So from the agribusiness perspective, we still believe that the youth can have a bit understanding on how to have the bankable projects, and those projects can be submitted for financing. So once you have the projects, now you are now shifting from the commitment to the action, where you are now going to implement the flagships or different initiatives, as you have been saying. So I just highlighted two things. One is to make sure that you have the stronger platforms that will help you to build the capacity of youth. At the same time, having access to the financing, but through the well-developed projects that can have a sustainable impact. So because when you have a youth, it's like a generation. So you have to understand that you build the capacity of those guys. At the same time, you help them to have a sustainable financing mechanism that will shift from the individual perspective to the group of thinking.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your response. Now, I have 4 members of parliament here, but we are remaining with 2 questions from the youth. So I propose that the first 2 members of parliament each respond to the same question, but of course giving different perspectives, and then the other 2 members of parliament respond to the second question. Actually, no, I'm going to change. I'm going to introduce another question from my head for the last honorable member of parliament. So you won't know it until I ask that question. All right, so with that, I'm going to ask the youth, Lusaso Mchali. If I'm pronouncing your name, please, it may have a click of the tongue. Come and click the tongue, please. She's going to ask the next question to the first 2 members of parliament. That is Honorable Senator Issa and Honorable Sarah Opendi. You will be the ones to respond to this question. Come on over.
Greetings, everyone. Yes, and I am a Fix My Food advocate, youth advocate. And my question is directed, of course, to the members of parliament. And it says, in the context of food security, sustainability, but more especially policy innovation, what would it take to convince leaders to consistently and meaningfully engage young people?
I believe the first honorable member of parliament is going to respond in French. So allow me to get the translation equipment so that I can understand what you're saying.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur, de m'avoir donné la parole pour donner notre point de vue sur la question de la jeune qui vient juste de parler, parce que aujourd'hui, ce qu'il faut dire, c'est que la jeunesse, comment faire pour essayer de relever ces défis? Et là, je voudrais situer le rôle des parlementaires, parce qu'un parlementaire, ce n'est pas celui-là qui exécute les politiques, ce n'est pas celui-là qui exécute les programmes, ce n'est pas celui-là qui exécute les projets. Le rôle des parlementaires, c'est de légiférer. Et je crois que dans ce cadre-là, il y a une politique nationale jeune, il y a des lois qui vont dans ce sens, on a un programme d'appui à la jeunesse, ça existe au Tchad. Et je crois que dans d'autres pays aussi, ça existe. Deuxièmement, nous avons ce rôle-là de contrôler l'action du gouvernement. Et là, nous veillons à ce que, justement, tous ces aspects de nutrition, tous ces aspects de politique agricole puissent être pris en compte. Nous regardons aussi le budget. Et dans ce cadre-là aussi, quand le gouvernement adopte son budget, ça vient au niveau du Parlement. Et là aussi, nous regardons pour essayer vraiment de voir est-ce que ces aspects qui concernent la nutrition, la santé ou l'éducation, parce que tous ces aspects-là sont liés. Quand vous prenez l'ODD 1 qui est la pauvreté, l'ODD 2 qui est la faim, l'ODD 3 qui est la santé, l'ODD 6 qui est l'eau et l'assainissement, tout ça là, c'est lié. Et la nutrition rentre dans ce cadre-là. Et donc, je crois que dans ce cadre-là, le Parlement joue aussi son rôle, malgré les difficultés, parce que le Parlement a un rôle à jouer, mais le Parlement a aussi ses limites. Et c'est pour ça que, quand on a fait une évaluation ici du programme que nous examinons aujourd'hui, c'est aussi de voir qu'est-ce que les parlementaires doivent faire, quelles sont leurs limites, et je crois que ça devrait ressortir dans ce que nous faisons ici, pour voir comment on peut accompagner les parlementaires pour mieux jouer son rôle. Parce qu'un parlementaire, ce n'est pas un technicien aussi, parce que les gens sont de formations diverses et qui ont besoin d'être accompagnés pour jouer le rôle de sensibilisation. Parce que nous avons la population, nous avons également les collectivités autonomes aujourd'hui, parce qu'il y a la décentralisation. Tout ça requiert des compétences et un renforcement des capacités aussi important pour amener les parlementaires à jouer ce rôle-là, pour aider justement la jeunesse à s'impliquer dans ce que fait le gouvernement, par exemple, et aussi d'appuyer le gouvernement dans des opportunités qui s'offrent aux jeunes. Et pour ça, je crois qu'il faut un aspect important qu'il faut relever, l'aspect financement. Parce qu'on ne peut rien faire sans financement. On ne peut rien faire sans... Et les jeunes porteurs de projets, les jeunes qui s'impliquent dans ces activités-là doivent être accompagnés. Et là, je pense que des lignes dédiées à ces activités-là doivent être intégrées. L'autre aspect, c'est le partenariat. Les parlementaires doivent aussi jouer ce rôle-là avec les autres partenaires, les partenaires techniques et financiers, pour qu'il y ait une synergie. Parce qu'un parlementaire est celui-là aussi qui fait les plaidoyers. Et pour faire les plaidoyers, on a besoin aussi des compétences, on a besoin aussi d'être accompagné par les autres partenaires au niveau national, mais aussi au niveau international. Voilà un peu ce que je voulais dire, mais en résumé, je vais seulement rassurer les jeunes qu'ils ont leur place dans ce que nous faisons dans nos pays. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Senator Issa. Just as we had extra honorable members of parliament join the podium, we also have an extra youth that has joined that other podium, and we'll also give her a chance to ask a question. Honorable Saro Pendi, can you also respond to the same question?
Thank you very much. I hope my mic, sorry. Thank you very much, the youth. She was speaking so fast that I didn't pick the name. And you know the African names are so sometimes long and complicated. But allow me to thank the organizers for this, as mentioned by the young man, intergenerational panel and discussion. Allow me to say that Africa's population is largely youthful. If I look at my country, Uganda, where I come from, 80% of the population are below 40 years. And therefore, we are actually the second youngest country in Africa with an average age of 16 years. So there is no way that we can come up with strategies, programs, policies that do not address youth issues. So because of these high youth numbers, we see that a good number of our youths are actually unemployed. And as a country, the government of Uganda came up with a strategy, a national strategy for employment of youth in agriculture. And this is so because, as you are aware, most of the youth actually look at agriculture as a sector, something that those who are uneducated should engage in. Yes, we all know that agriculture can be a source of employment, a source of income, but neglected. So there is a high youth, urban migration of the youth from the countryside to the urban areas, thinking that it is in the urban areas where they will find employment. So this strategy was intended to actually engage the youth more in agriculture, aware that they form the bulk of the population. And of course, coupled with this, it's not enough to come up with a strategy and encourage the youth to engage in agriculture without financing. So the government of Uganda came up with the Youth Livelihood Program, where funds were actually being availed to youths as startup capital. But of course, this money was supposed to be utilized by the youth in agriculture and refunded. So this program, quite a number of the youths in the countryside have been able to use this money to actually engage in agriculture activities. Some of them even engaged in value chain programs. So, of course, there are different categories of the youths. So we have funding where money is given to groups of youths, 5 in number and above. There is funding available for individual youths. And of course, there are those other youths deep in the villages that this money would be a little much for them. So government categorized the different types of youths. And we have currently what we call the parish development model. And this one is money availed to the youth at the village level. It looks small, just about $300, but it has made a lot of difference in the lives of a number of youths who have actually accessed this money and utilized this money. And the president has actually been at the forefront of leading this campaign to engage the youth in different enterprises, agricultural enterprises in the countryside. The president has also come up with the youth skilling initiatives, and this is directly supervised by his office, where a number of youths are being trained in different enterprises. So, and of course, we also have, under the Science and Technology Innovation sector, the minister directly in the president's office, where funds have been availed to youths who are actually engaged in innovations beyond simply producing food for consumption and food for sale. So I want to state and really encourage the youth that there is so much that we can do, and not just looking at the white-collar jobs in the agriculture sector. I want to encourage the youths here to be, role models. Please do not look at agriculture as something for the uneducated. Do not look at agriculture as something for, the old people. This is where the money actually is, because everybody actually needs to eat. And of course, when we look at the nutrition programs, just last month I was reading about a young lady as we were talking about nutrition, and she was doing an experiment. This young lady completed university and decided to eat only fruits. She ate only fruits, and she went to meet her creator, wanted to see whether she could survive on fruits. So we need a balanced diet. Yeah, you can find the story, I actually read it online. So we need a balanced diet, and therefore nutrition should also be looked at as a developmental issue, because at the end of the day, we need a healthy and productive population to be able to be developed as nations. So the youth should actually be champions of actually issues of nutrition. And as a country, we have the Uganda National Action Plan for Nutrition, which of course was developed taking into consideration these strategies and the various, what should I call them? The CAADP and all that, the Malabo Declaration and the Maputo Declaration. So nutrition should not be looked at as just something for mothers and children. For us to be healthy, for us to engage in agriculture, which is actually labor intensive, for us to be able to contribute to national development, we should actually look at nutrition as a development issue.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that response. I think your response, Honorable Sarah, I think also addresses the question that was earlier asked to Director Sterine around how to support youth with financing. So there are clear examples at country level that government can put in place to support the youth engagement in agri-food systems transformation. Since we got an extra youth, now this question is going to be responded to by Honorable Mustafa from Tunisia, Honorable Françoise Umukiza would answer the question of the last youth. Okay? So this next question is going to be asked by Elizabeth Ghana. Please come forward and ask your question. A hand for Elizabeth. Ghana is her name, not the country. Just to be clear.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm called Chef Eli from Cameroon. So as a chef, one of my missions is to ensure that I promote healthy eating habits. So I'm asking my question to the members of the parliament. So given the rise of diet-related health issues amongst young people and elderly people, what plans does the ministry have to integrate chefs and culinary schools into national nutrition programs so that healthy, local indigenous meals can be consumed in every African home? Thank you.
Merci à tous les présents. Merci au pays de Rwanda, merci à l'Union africaine, merci pour le Parlement africain et aussi pour le Parlement tunisien que je suis aujourd'hui avec vous. C'est Babakri Mustapha de le Parlement tunisien. Nous, en Tunisie, on parle avant en Afrique. L'Afrique est riche avec ses gènes, avec la terre, avec le climat, mais il faut avoir des stratégies bien étudiées Et cette stratégie, il faut être pratiquée pour que nous soyons mieux que nous aujourd'hui. En Afrique, on a les jeunes, ils sont nombreuses des jeunes. Il faut, avec la nouvelle technologie, avec le qu'on a en Afrique, le développement existant, on veut et on peut changer notre situation. Les parlementaires, par exemple, en Tunisie, on travaille sur des législations qui encouragent les jeunes et les femmes à exploiter et développer l'agriculture moderne. Encourager les jeunes, il faut que les pays donnent des fonds sociaux pour les jeunes en garantie pour les crédits. Les banques cherchent à bénéficier et cherchent des garanties. Et aussi, c'est le rôle des pays à réserver des fonds pour que les jeunes travaillent l'agriculture. Les fonds propres, soit par l'État, par le gouvernement, pour encourager les jeunes à développer notre agriculture en Afrique. Pour les questions qu'il m'a posées, je crois qu'il faut avoir des stratégies ou avoir des normes pour si les jeunes sont les bases de notre population. Il faut donner la chance, il faut donner l'encouragement. Et l'Afrique, ça sera mieux. À bientôt. Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Mustafa from Tunisia. The last question is going to be asked by the last youth, Balik Salahuddin Ibrahim from Green Republic Farms from Nigeria. And this question is addressed to Honorable Francois Uwumukiza from Rwanda, a member of the East African Legislative Assembly, and also a member of the parliamentary group called AFSPAN. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. I hope that since I'm the last speaker, I'll be asking an extraordinary question. My name is Balki Salahuddin, as rightly introduced. And I noticed that since yesterday, we've not really touched so much around the African continental trade. And this is one of the problems that young people are facing in the agricultural sector and many other sectors currently. So my question is, how is the African Union, through AUDA, NEPAD, and other development partners, ensuring that African Continental Free Trade Area creates tangible opportunities for young agripreneurs, particularly in rural communities, to access cross-border markets, scale agribusiness innovation, and compete fairly within the continental value chain. And this is a background of engaging with different young people who would say that they can easily take their produce to China, to the UK, to the US, but when they want to take it to neighboring countries, it's more difficult. So what can we do to bridge that gap? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think this question is tricky, and it is a combined one with my colleague from IUD NEPAD. Maybe she will compliment me, but as a member of parliament, allow me to also add that I come from Rwanda, so I think I carry various hats at this particular time. First and foremost, I would like to thank the young daughter that has asked a question about, let me call it trade, cross-border trade, and also market towards AFCFTA. This is the African Continental Free Trade Area. And I'm privileged to have got various chances to participate in platforms that were engaging the young generation across the East African community, but also across Africa. First and foremost, the time we were considering the AFC-FTA youth protocol in Nairobi, I heard that the youth are the engine of this trade we're talking about. In addition to be like game changers for this market expansion, they have also knowledge to make sure they speed up this cross-border trade, because we're considering their ideas, they have the innovations, they have the digital knowledge that is going to support cross-border markets when it comes to exports and also imports. When we talk of non-tariff barriers, I'm here to tell the young generation that as members of parliament, especially coming from the ASPAN is the African Food System Parliamentary Network here, gathered all of us, but we represent our respective countries and the region. We have to make sure we are going to be like the bridge between frameworks, between strategies. This we call ambition. When we talk of ambition, when it comes to trade, we are also talking of aspirations, like Aspiration 2063 agenda of the African Union. You mentioned the African Union initiatives. So we are here to make sure we bridge the gaps that were observed from Maputo Declaration in 2003 to Malabo Declaration 2014, and now we are winding up all of these gaps you have observed when it comes to budget. We can't talk of cross-border markets if we don't mention like partners that are engaged, that are able to finance all of these initiatives. Let me mention, like I said, in Uganda, they are in charge of like cross-border trade, also supporting initiatives like agroecology, whereby they are initiating new trade approaches. Of course, we have industrial, we have conventional markets, but they are adding something that was mentioned this morning during a youth side event that I attended at 8:30 this morning, whereby also I got a chance to hear from you, young generation, the issues you are having when it comes to trade, especially infrastructure. It's a big problem. Feeder roads are not taken care of. We are with our policy maker organ, the Honorable Minister of State, Minagri. Thank you very much for being with us this afternoon, because it's paramount to have you on board. Parliamentarians' role, like it was mentioned by our Honorable Senator Issa from Chad, legislation cannot be enough if it's not supported by the executive. It can't be enough under oversight activities if commitments from Malabo are not observed. For instance, some gaps were identified when it comes to like a budget allocation, when it comes to public allocation and expenditures. No country was on track, except for Rwanda, that tried to honor the commitments of Malabo Declaration. It's good time to acknowledge Rwanda's efforts, but also register the good practice that is being done here in Rwanda of Youth Connect. Through Youth Connect, we are having like a green revolution, whereby many young generation picked interest to join a trade. So with you on board, we will continue to make sure these imports we are having under this budget expenditure that are not really catering for the youth interest and the efforts are being controlled under the non-tariff barriers, under the common external tariffs that are being imposed to external exports and imports. I think this will work together as a team with the private sector, with academia, with everyone on board. Members of parliament will be supported, and we will support the executive by holding them accountable. We are here for you, young generation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much. I have been informed by the timekeeper that our time is up for this session, so I will not attempt to make a summary of the discussions. Just to say thank you to the 6 brave youth for offering yourselves to interact with these leaders. You have asked very insightful questions. The answers have equally been insightful, but if you think there were areas that were not touched, feel free to look out for these leaders and continue to interact. Otherwise, a big hand for the youth for the brilliant questions that they asked. Also, a big hand for the panelists, Madame Esterine Fotabong, Honorable Telesfo Ndabamenye, Honorable Senator Issa, Honorable Saro Pendi, Honorable Mustafa from Tunisia, and Honorable Françoise Umuchiza from Rwanda. Thank you so much for your engagement this afternoon.
Just 1 minute. I just wanted to inform the young lady that in my country, Uganda, my president launched the presidential initiative on lifestyle and healthy eating. Maybe this is something that other countries can borrow a leaf. And the president has been telling people why he looks healthy at his age. Exercise, but he eats very well, and he tells us what to eat. Yes, it's something that others can also borrow and, follow what the president is eating to remain healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Pendi. Thank you so much. And with that, we come to the end of this session. Thank you for your engagement. Thank you. Yes, that we need to have a group photo. The speakers, so the youth, please come and join the leaders for a quick group photo. Come quickly so that it can be taken. And we yield the floor for the next session.
Let me ask that we don't immediately leave the room. Let's have the photographers tell us how we are going to do this. A group photo for both panels. As I see a few people walking out of the room, let me inform you that we have a cocktail at 6 p.m. in front of the main room, the MH1. We have a cocktail at 6. Thank you. Can we give them a round of applause for their contributions and insights? Thank you so much. As they go back to their seats, let me repeat, we will have a cocktail at 6 in front of the main hall, in front of where we're having our plenary. And right now I'm going to invite Sylvester from South Africa. He's going to lead us through a brief masterclass, youth masterclass. We're going to have a youth masterclass. And I think we want to stay here for that, a youth masterclass. And once that is done, we will have parallel sessions. So, Sylvester? Sylvester is going to take us through the youth masterclass.
Hello. 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 All right, so the parallel sessions are happening. So please feel free. The youth masterclass is here, but we also have another session on measuring youth progress that is happening at AD10 by the African Union, AUDA, and AGRA. So we expect some of you that are not participating in the youth masterclass to please join us at AD10. Thank you.
And after this, we'll be going for our cocktail at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, let me ask them to project. All right, thank you. Cool. And I use them.
Okay, good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As mentioned, we are here for the masterclass on youth agripreneurship and chef masterclass taking place on the margins of the 21st CAADP and the 16th day of Africa Day for Food and Nutrition Security. So I'm going to take you through the objectives of this masterclass. This masterclass is a youth-led initiative that is designed to explore creative and innovative communication and branding solutions for Africa's healthy diets. So today we are actually intentionally taking charge of branding our traditional Africa foods and positioning African youth at the forefront of redesigning the Africa that we want. And we have to be clear in one agreement that when we talk about the Agenda 2063 of the Africa we want, we are not going to have the Africa that we are inheriting, but we have to have the Africa that we are going to be designing. And I am Dr. Babuluki Semela, the Youth for Nutrition Champion and Communication Enthusiast, and I'll be moderating this session with Sylvester Chauke. And before we can go any further, allow me to really appreciate the African Union Development Agency, AUDA, NEPAD, and the African Union Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, as well as the Side Events Review Panel for approving and endorsing this important youth-led session. Our masterclass aligns with the sub-theme, investing in healthy soils for nutritious food. And healthy soils means healthy food, and healthy food also means healthy people. So as we discuss branding and communication for Africa's healthy diets, we are reminded that it all begins with the soil, the source of life and nutrition. And this sub-theme challenges youth agripreneurs and chefs to think holistically from soil to plate when redesigning Africa's food identity. And we also want to take this time before we call on our keynote speaker to appreciate Food Agriculture Organization, UNICEF, and WFP for having sponsored the young chefs and young people that are going to actually take contribute in this panel discussion. So at this point in time, I'm going to be inviting Chris from UNICEF. There is a presentation from UNICEF, so I would like you to give Chris a round of applause for the presentation in the time being.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Christiana Rudert. I'm from UNICEF, Eastern and Southern Africa Regional Office in Nairobi. Pleased to be here today. I was asked to speak in this session on youth entrepreneurship about packaging and promotion in today's food environment. So I would like to start by just highlighting the stark reality of the nutrition situation that we face, and in particular that young people face. In 2025, for the first time in history, global childhood obesity exceeded underweight globally. So underweight among children under 5, as we know, has been going down, but overweight among children 5 to 19 has more than doubled from 194 million children to almost 400 million children. So this is rising rapidly, and this is happening in sub-Saharan Africa as well. Around 60 million children under 19 in sub-Saharan Africa are living with overweight, including 18 million living with obesity. And without urgent action, obesity will overtake underweight also in Africa in just 2027, in less than 2 years from now. And what is driving this? The rapid expansion of retail of unhealthy foods. The globalization of the food system has flooded communities everywhere, from cities to rural areas, with cheap, ultra-processed, unhealthy foods. And these foods are being very aggressively marketed, especially to young people, to children. And the packaging of the foods is used as a silent but very powerful promotional tool. Packaging is not just a box or a bag. It is a billboard. It is one of industry's most powerful marketing channels. Labels on the boxes and the packages make all kinds of health and nutrition claims. They deploy cartoons and characters. They use sports personalities and celebrities. They use bright colors. They signal fun and healthy and good for children, even if the products are high in fat, salt, and sugar, and in additives. They create what we call a health halo that steers quick decisions at the shelf or at the till when people buy food. Most shoppers spend only seconds choosing, and the labels on the back of the packet are far too complex, even for very highly educated people to really understand. So the packaging on the front fills the gap, and often to the detriment of children who are attracted and drawn to these fun and bright packaging. And these are not accidental tactics. It's part of the profit-driven playbook that deliberately and intentionally targets children and young people. Now, the regulatory systems of countries have not kept pace with this. The controls on unhealthy food marketing are almost absent across the continent, and the front of package labeling does not signpost at all which foods are unhealthy and which foods are healthy. So this leaves consumers, especially the young ones, vulnerable to manipulation. So if we do nothing, these trends will accelerate, and they will cause more people to become unhealthy at younger ages, and greater economic strain on families and health systems. But when countries adopt strong mandatory front of package labels that signpost which foods are unhealthy, these policies work, and the consumption of these unhealthy foods go down, and people are able to make choices more easily, especially young people, children. They recognize those front of pack labels that signpost unhealthy food. Of course, if the marketing restrictions are also in place and other measures like health taxes that make the unhealthy foods more expensive, then we will have a better food environment. And we can reshape the narrative. The same industry marketing playbook can be flipped. So if this type of packaging and promotion was used for healthy foods that are made locally by young entrepreneurs, this could be a very game-changing activity, action that we can take together with young entrepreneurs. So let's shift the packaging and labeling from misleading to empowering, from promoting ultra-processed, unhealthy foods to celebrating local healthy foods that nourish bodies, communities, cultures, and generate income for young people. So that's what I'd like to share for the beginning of this session, which really looks at communication. And I've highlighted how communication on packages of foods could be reimagined to make nutritious, locally produced options visible, desirable, aspirational, and easy to choose. So thank you very much, and to you.
Thank you so much, Chris, and a round of applause for the insightful remarks. I think one of the things that stand out as a key message from her speech is that the packaging of our food, or packaging is not just a box or a bag. It's a powerful billboard and a marketing channel that shapes perceptions, desires, and habits. So we have to be intentional about how we package our African traditional food, because what we choose to put on the billboard can either nourish a generation or harm it. So thank you so much once again, Chris, for the remarks. We are going to move on with the program. And at this moment, I now have the honor and the privilege to invite to the podium a visionary African brand builder whose work has transformed how Africa sees itself. I'm talking about none other than Sylvester Chauke. Sylvester Chauke is a South African entrepreneur, TD speaker, the founder of DNA Brand Architects, which is one of Africa's most awarded brand consultancies. Known for his fearless creative leadership and his book, Stand Against Blend, Sylvester champions authenticity and purpose in business. A professor of practice at the University of Johannesburg, he continues to shape the next generation of bold, conscious brand builders. He will deliver a keynote address on creative and innovative branding solutions for Africa's healthy diets and even empower the next generation of our young people that are cooking our African plates. So at this point in time, please help me to welcome Sylvester Chauke to the podium.
Good afternoon, everybody. And it sounds like I'm standing between you and the after party. And I can hear the music next door is calling us. So I'm just going to jump straight into it in terms of what I've prepared for you guys today. And first, I want to just give thanks to the African Union Development Agency for having me here today. It is such an honor to stand in front and among some of the most amazing young people, the creators, the change makers on our continent. People who wake up every day with one mission, which is the mission of moving Africa forward. The session today is going to be very different to a lot of the sessions that are set on today. Because the session is going to be about branding. And I know that when we talk about branding, generally, people think of branding in one-dimensional ways. And for me today, the opportunity is for us to look at how we are able to utilize branding to be able to do good in our communities in the way that we market. And this is a subject that I believe is generally very underestimated because as we tackle some of the most challenging and some of the biggest challenges that we face on the continent, we could be able to look at the playbook on branding and how we can be able to utilize it to create more impact for what we are trying to do. So in this session, I want to channel the subject more towards brand building and creativity, which is, for me, will be required as we celebrate and as we elevate the space of nutrition and food security on our continent. And I must say, I sat on a couple of panels today. It is very clear that we're not doing justice to our foods, that we need to seriously and intentionally reposition how our food is presented and how our food is being perceived. And so I appreciated quite earlier on the remarks by the Honorable Minister of Agriculture in Rwanda, who quoted the Honorable Paul Kagame saying that well-crafted ideas mean nothing when they live in documents. So our solution to be able to elevate our indigenous foods, our seeds, our roots, and our fruit also really lies in action. And in that action, for me, is really around brand building and creativity in being able to drive that message. I have been given a very short period of time, so I'm going to just get straight into it. And I know that when I got invited, there was a big conversation that was had around what is the role of a brand builder in this conversation. And I was really quite excited to be able to participate in this very important conversation, but bringing this idea of brand building to the forefront. And I have to say that for me, the world of advertising and brand communication as an African is something that arrived, quite surprisingly, because when I was about 12 years old, I got the opportunity to take part in an advertising campaign back in South Africa that was really quite interesting in changing the perception of South Africans around the area of peace at the time. And I have to say that since then, the idea of branding in general has been something that I've absolutely been able to advocate, and working with a lot of incredible brands around the world around how we as Africans are able to utilize branding and brand communication to elevate that. So I went into, and I continue as my role as Professor of Practice at the University of Johannesburg, working with a number of different organizations and brands around the world on how we're able to tackle this issue. And of course, many of our experiences come from different spaces. And I think for me, the ability to be able to work with environments and brands that look at how we're able to appreciate and understand the psychology of why people buy and what makes people buy is something that is quite important. And for me, the key drive and the key opportunity is what I call stand against bland, which is really the idea that we need to find a way of doing things differently as a nation in order for us to be able to make a real impact within the space. And I have since really advocated for this concept of standing against bland because I believe it allows for that ability to amplify the message in the most possible way. I have the privilege of working with some of the most incredible businesses and companies around the world, some of the most creative agencies like FCB, Ogilvy, and DDB globally, and working with a number of organizations and countries on how we're able to elevate this idea of branding within the space or within the space of changing consumers' behavior. I then also got an amazing privilege of working with Nando's back in South Africa. That is really an interesting brand that's been able to take a product like peri peri and put in chicken and then be able to amplify this around the world. And I think as a South African brand that is now on the high streets of the most capitals around the world, exporting peri peri and peri-peri chicken in particular, using marketing as a tool for success is really an amazing case study that is available widely to be able to see how marketing and branding can impact the way that people see our products. And of course, it was further entrenched for me in my role in terms of working as Director of Marketing and Communications with MTV Networks Africa, across the continent really, around how we are able to engage with young people, particularly on issues that face them and issues that are very important to them. And utilizing the network on the continent to be able to drive that message, not only in terms of music and what young people love, but also things that young people also care about quite deeply, which we know are at the forefront of what we need to be doing as nations. And then, of course, in my current role, working with a number of different brands and businesses, and when I was invited to have this conversation as a masterclass, it was important to tap into some of those great brands and activations and campaigns that we've seen around the continent, but also around the world that have been able to drive this incredible message of being able to stand against bland in driving the key messages that we want to drive in market. And as a brand architect, for me, I get really fired up when I get to speak to particularly young people like yourselves, most people in the room who are here tonight, or who are also being able to look at how do we elevate what we are doing in the market and building futures that we all deserve. And I believe, honestly, that this is probably the most exciting time for brands and for stories, and particularly for brands on the African continent, because our continent needs to close the gap between those who have and those who do not, more than ever. That our countries also need every entrepreneur in this room, every farmer in this room, every policymaker in this room to be able to help drive this new wave of impact that we are trying to get. I had a conversation at TED last year, which really talked to how do we utilize branding. And I also loved the speaker just before me who talked about the importance of labeling and the importance of being able to create branding that is also very, very helpful and that's good for people. And I must say, it's clear today that we really do need to have a serious look at how our brands can be able to empower people and creating policies in place that allow for brands to be able to create work that is more impactful and that's better for the people that is dedicated to. So for me, I have to say that one of the things that's been very obvious is this idea that fundamentally it starts with this concept of being mediocre. And we know that, where I come from, mediocrity is something that is not very difficult to find. And important for us, I guess, is that we need to be able to do everything we need to do in order for us to really tackle this mediocrity. And of course, we do get the point that the world currently, as it stands, it's in a constant state of flux. Trends on the continent, technology that is impacting farmers, always changing and always challenging in terms of what we need to pivot at a constant and a fast rate is something that we are all grappling with. So it is then important that we learn to be able to ride the waves of the challenges that our brands are facing, also focusing on the fundamentals of brand building. And for me, there's a very obvious thing around making sure that there's this balance that is required, a balance that's going to be able to serve the customer, but also be able to kind of serve the brand that we're talking about. Remembering that the world has changed, and we should all understand that we no longer dictate the path that consumers take. So we have to really reorganize our world to be able to fit into this new world order. On top of that, we've got this amazing opportunity around this digital world and the digital amplification. So we have this added area of opportunity to double click on in terms of what is there and in terms of what is possible for us to be able to drive those messages. But we do know that it's not easy to juggle because it really does need equally good strategy, but even more important is around really, really good execution as well. Because like Honorable Paul Kagame said, it means nothing if we've got the plans, but we're not able to activate and execute on them. We know that it's definitely not easy sailing. We must work really, really hard to be able to push against all odds and turn African brands particularly around. And our role as brand practitioner, particularly what I do, must be able to add value and to be quantifiable and to be able to be effective. And I know that for most of us in the room, it can be a bit of a struggle, but we know that we always have to try to keep pushing in terms of being able to drive our brands forward. And for me, it's going to start with the key fundamentals. And if I'm honest, whatever the product or whatever the service, there's always a message that needs to be delivered. And this message is a message that is always crafted and managed with real intention. And I think pretty obvious then in that process that how our brands are being perceived today really is vital to how our products and services will also be perceived. And unfortunately, in a space where every single brand around the world, every single country around the world, with multi-billion-dollar budgets and programs, how then do we go about punching way above our weight as the continent in being able to stand out and be noticed? How do we get our products in the market to be competitive? And like I said earlier, the world has changed. And of course, in such a world, and I speak of all Africans, that we don't want to be like everybody else. We want to make sure that the work that we're doing is remarkable, and we want to make sure that we are spoken about positively, with the right intention, with the right inspiration when we market and we promote our products. We want people to share their experience with their networks, and I think part of today is really about how do we open up those networks to be able to amplify our messages. So how then do we do this thing? How do we move from our products just being commodities like this, or like this fruit juice, or like this, but be more intentional in terms of how we're able to brand, like here, like products that we're seeing in South Africa, in Nigeria, in Kenya. And I think it's important to be able to look at moving the idea of commodities into more brand-oriented approaches in terms of what we do. And that's because real brands understand the power of a comprehensive brand identity system, and this allows for us to be able to look at these products to differentiate themselves. And a lot of the conversations will happen on the panel will be around how do we differentiate and how we drive that. Of course, it could be the color palette. And I know that sometimes some things are very simple, but we always take them for granted. But the color palette that one chooses that evokes a particular emotion. It could be the typography that one uses to be able to communicate personality. And we see this with a lot of products and brands currently across the continent. The product design itself can be a fundamental part of the brand. And I think we can talk about that later on with some of the young stars who are going to be talking about some of those product designs. The images that you select to be able to use, the words that you use, of course, that create that meaning for, for brands. Because you know that you've done a really good job when it all comes together and gets engraved in our hearts and create lasting impression. And like my previous speaker said, it's not good enough to just communicate out there and to mislead our audiences about health messaging around some of the products that we consume. And our ability and our opportunity is how do we then take these really great products and services that we have, healthy products and services that we have on the continent, and amplify them with more impact like all the other brands actually around the world do. The combination, in my mind, of the art and science, and often that really happens without us knowing, because if we're not intentional as the continent in being able to drive these key messages, we will be left behind in terms of what our people and what our continent is consuming. So how then do we make and rather take what African diets are about, be able to make them modern, make them aspirational, and be able to make them globally competitive. And there are a couple of things that I think will be interesting to look at. In my previous life, I headed up marketing for MTV networks, and looking at Afrobeats and music, and looking at Mapiano that's taken over the world. It's a playbook that we know full well, because I think we are standing right at the epicenter of the next frontier in music, in fashion, in art, and in innovation, and dare I say, it's an opportunity for us to do that in food. Because Africans everywhere are taking their talent, their taste, you'll meet them later on, and their truth to the biggest platforms and the grandest of stages. And we are showing the world that excellence sounds like us, but also looks like us, and it can, of course, taste like us as well. So when we talk about this concept of branding, when you strip everything away, from all the buzzwords, branding is really about one thing, the story that you choose to tell. And in Africa, absolutely, our stories are gold. And it is something that I've learned this truth absolutely, that says that the best brands don't sell products, but they sell meaning. I think my speaker also spoke quite eloquently around the idea of the meaning behind some of those brands. So imagine then if we told our stories that way. Imagine then if we were able to take our stories on the continent and amplify them in a way that galvanizes more impact in how we showcase them. And that is a fundamental job to be done, because we know that stories, they drive the narrative for brands and people, and we know that brands like Apple, they sell creativity more than the fundamental of what they sell from product perspective. But we know that brands like Nando's, it sells attitude. Brands like Tastic Rice coming out of South Africa sells celebration of heritage, even though it's just a rice brand. So I know I'm saying a lot of things. What am I saying, ultimately? I'm saying that there are many opportunities that we have in driving the message, and I'm going to give you an example of how we could start looking at that. I think I've lost my sound tech. Tech team, can we get sound, please? Okay, sound is failing me, but I will continue We know that ultimately what I'm trying to showcase with that clip was just to show how storytelling is definitely going to be the new strategy, because not marketing the product itself, but really looking at how it narrates the message, because each African brand must be able to tell its story and to be able to do that with emotion and with meaning. And that's how we're going to be able to move beyond just transactions, but to be able to get more into the transformation of our brands. And I think because there's no sound, I'll just skip all the videos. Heritage is going to be important. And at length, there was a lot of conversations today around the fact that we need to be embracing our heritage that much more. And not as something that is old, but as something that talks to originality. And I really appreciated a lot of the sentiments throughout the day that talks to the ability to get our heritage at the forefront of branding. And looking at authenticity being something that is absolutely of Africa's global edge, because we believe within the world of branding and communication, a lot of the greatness that we're seeing around the world is really around the authenticity in which our brands are engaging with our audiences around the world. And a key part, and you will hear this later on from our audience and from the panel, looking at how the design is really going to be how we are able to tell the truth, but do that in a very, very, very meaningful way. Looking at ensuring that we're not just exporting the products themselves, but we're really exporting identity, and looking at our brands and looking at our products, being able to rise. And when they rise, they obviously just lift not only our people, but our pride, and looking at lifting all the possibilities. And of course, we know that this full well in commercial sense, that people don't just buy the things that you are making, but they actually always buy why it matters. And I think there's a lot of case studies that I have that we can talk to across the continent that talk to why is so important when we look at how we are driving these brands. But ladies and gentlemen, it's really all up to us to be able to find the inspiration and to be able to look at the opportunities that we have based on the conversations that we've been having all day today, in how are we able to find the inspiration in how we really take our brands to the world. And looking at that, it really is about igniting our assets, because it's very clear to me that we don't have an issue around what to promote and what to drive. I think the big challenge is really around how do we ignite that with branding at the center and amplifying that across the world in a reimagined and powerful way as brands, or as African brands on our continent. And so what I'm saying as I close is really that ultimately, it's about, if you remember, I don't know how many of you had this phone. Raise your hand. Yes, of course. It was amazing. You could change the color to yellow, green, the face, and you could play Snake. It was amazing. But but when you look at it against, the iPhone 17, for an example, you always think, how did we even survive for that long with the previous phone? So what I'm saying is that it really is about taking something that's ordinary. It could be sorghum, it could be morojo, but how do we take that and be able to really package it in a most inspiring way? And it is about how we package our products and how we put them out there. And I have to say that the key thing is that Africa doesn't need validation. I think we know that full well as Africans today, that what we need to do is really drive this idea of visibility, letting our stories, letting our design, and letting our truth really, really drive our brands out there. And of course, remembering that the next global brand phenomena, I do think that is going to come from Silicon Valley. And even though it's not going to come from Silicon Valley, but it really is going to come from the continent. Because when we talk about food and talk about the opportunity that we have as a continent in being able to amplify that, like we've done with Afrobeats, like we've done with Amapiano, with fashion. There are a lot of opportunities we can take, we can learn from that playbook and play that in terms of food. And I really believe that when we do it right, it's going to be able to impact our products and services, and to be able to look at our products in a much more different way than what we've been able to do that. And as I conclude, I'm really inspired today. I'm really inspired by the incredible young farmers and products that I've seen throughout. The issue is not that we don't have what to amplify. The challenge is, how do we do it in a way that is branded and in the way that is impactful and in the way that's going to allow for our products and services to have global relevance and to have impact in our communities. I thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Sylvester, for that powerful and inspiring keynote. I want to believe that we are inspired. We are changing the gear now. We have to be intentional about changing the African gear. One thing that I think, I've been typing the key messages. I have about 20 from the presentation. But one thing also that stood out for me is that brands don't sell products, they sell meanings. So, which means each and every African dish, each ingredient, and every story we share carries a meaning about where we come from, who we are, and what we believe in. So the food that we package from Africa should actually speak to that. If we brand our food with authenticity and pride, we are not just marketing a product, but we are shaping perceptions, building identity, and selling the meaning of Africa herself. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us give Sylvester a round of applause for that inspiration. So, as he rightly mentioned, in this masterclass, we have able young people in the audience here who are going to be speaking about what they do in the different portfolios. We have young chefs, we have producers, we have brand enthusiasts. They are going to be speaking to and also contribute to the Africa that we want. Because like I mentioned earlier, the Africa that we want is not going to be handed to us. It is not going to, we are not going to inherit it, but we have to design it ourselves. And it's a good thing that this masterclass is youth-led, and we have young people taking over in formulation of the ideas and the policies that we want to use in the next 10, 20, 30 years. So at this point in time, I would like you to help me to welcome all the way from the Kingdom of Eswatini, Tandama Pako, known as Chef Pako. He is the culinary entrepreneur and wellness advocate. Can we encourage him? And in our keynote, the opening speech, we had UNICEF. So we also have from South Africa a youth advocate under Fix My Food South Africa, which is actually funded by UNICEF. We have Lusaso Mchali. So if you don't clap for them, they are the ones that are standing between you and and the next entertainment. And all the way from the giants of Africa, founder of AgroLink Solutions Limited, an agri-business platform connecting youth across Africa, we have Joseph Fashola. You should also look into how they are dressed. The chefs have put on their chef jackets because we are intentional about doing this. And from Zambia, we also have Limpo Lisulo, known as the Pretty Chef, which is a youth for nutrition chef from Zambia, culinary influencer promoting nutritious and beautiful African plays. And then I also have the honor and the privilege to invite to the podium Matloro Nolo Ledwaba, founder of Breadbox Bakery and Studio. An award-winning entrepreneur redefining how food education and innovation actually interest. She's actually teaching young children to cook. So if you want to enroll your children in the classes, see here after the event. And last but not least, we have from Graceland Farms, Kotlamo Alusi, a sustainable agriculture entrepreneur. Thank you very much and welcome. It's an honor for me to have you all here. So we're going to delve direct into the panel discussion. We are going to start with Chef Paco. Across Africa, food is more than sustenance. It's identity, it's a heritage, and a story of resilience. Yet, our traditional diets are often overshadowed by, imported, so-called modern foods that shape new tastes and aspirations. And I want to believe that chefs today hold the power of influence culture, and they shape perception and inspire pride in what is authentically African. Through storytelling, social media, and partnerships with farmers and agripreneurs, it can actually redefine what it means to eat well on the continent. So the question to you in leading to your discussion, how can African chefs harness creativity, storytelling, and collaboration to make traditional African diets not just healthy, but fashionable, desirable, and proudly mainstream? So over to you, Chef Paco.
Thank you so much, moderator. Am I audible? Thank you so much, moderator. And thank you, Sylvester, for such a speech. As they have said, Chef Paco from Eswatini. What I was thinking as I was coming here, like being exposed today. I'm always talking with onions and vegetable and trying to express myself on a plate, my emotions and my feelings. But today I'm here and I'm really happy. So as chefs, we are storytellers of our culture. We can make traditional African food fashionable by keeping it authentic, yet presenting it with creativity and pride. Food made with indigenous green. They have asked us, in fact, to make our traditional food, whereby we'll be presenting them tomorrow. So I'm happy that just last week I was able to come up with a sauce whereby I'm working on it using amaranth leaf. So they've got I've got a story whereby I grew up with my grandma. So we used to go to the field and pick those leaves and make us food. So I was able to modelize that to a sauce, which it will be on the shelf soon. So that's what I'm happy to be here. So I think, Sylvester, when talking about breading, I gain a lot. And also, the strength of African food began with the soil and the people who cultivate it. So by partnering with local farmers and youth agripreneurs, chefs can create seasonally farm-to-table experience. So that's why I'm inviting you tomorrow to come and hear our story about the food that we made. As chefs, we are not just making food, but we are expressing our culture, the way we are, the way we have grown, and make sure you come to tomorrow. And also through storytelling, food is more than a taste. It is identity and emotion. So through social media, live cooking demonstrations, and culture event, we can share the journey of our dishes from the farm to the plate, from our family kitchen to the world. So when we tell our stories, we inspire people, we inspire pride, in fact, and about our African food. And also we remember, we are reminding people, in fact, about our cruising, about our history, the way we grow up. So for me, it's really, I'm really happy to be part of this panel. And also it encouraged me to continue telling a story, telling an African story to the world. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Chef. A round of applause for him. So the story of the African food, actually, the strength of the African food is storytelling on its own. So engaging emotions to the food that we cook. A round of applause again for him. We will engage him as we go further. Now I'm going to Lusaso. Fix my food. We are fixing our food in Africa. I want to believe that youth advocates across the continent, the food industry invests millions each year to market unhealthy, ultra-processed foods, often targeting young people through, influencers, through advertisements and digital trends. And as a result, I think we also heard what Chris was saying about the unhealthy practices that we encounter as a result of marketing unhealthy foods. So about nearly 40% of youth diets are now made up of processed food, even as Africa remains abundant in fruits, vegetables, and in indigenous ingredients that define our strength and identity. So your question is, how can young people, together with governments, I'm glad that we have members of parliament here and ministers, how then can young people partner with governments, the media, and the food industry to flip the script, turning healthy indigenous African foods into symbols of pride, status, and modern African lifestyle? Over to you, Lusaso.
Greetings, everyone, again. As introduced, I am Lusaso Njali, and as I'm standing before you, I'm going to talk from a perspective of being a youth advocate. So that means I do have a first-hand experience at trying to collaborate with the government and the policymakers. So from a perspective of young people do have the chance to flip the script and make healthy eating cool, fun, and something to be aspired. So as I was listening to Malehle Honolo, she mentioned how at Breadbox, they introduce healthy eating to kids at a young age. And that made me think of how young people think healthy eating is boring because it's introduced to them at a very later stage where they have developed, and we expecting now grown people to make such choices. So I've come to the realization that there is a chance where we could use the power of social media, obviously, because that's where young people are dominating. Use the power of social media to change the perception of what healthy eating is. It shouldn't feel like a distant thing that's not attainable to every young person in Africa. Because right now, we are challenged with healthy food not being accessible, affordable, or available. So in most cases, we find that there is an issue of food insecurity. So now coupled up with the fact that the only food made available to people is unhealthy food makes the challenge even greater. So during a campaign we were running the past few months, we came to realize that food is there, but the people in power, people holding power, refused to make healthy food available because we were not fighting for the scrapping of the unhealthy food. We were saying, put the healthy food next to the unhealthy food and give the people a chance to make a choice and not make the choice for them. So through the use of social media and through the use of influencers, which do exist in social media, I think young people do have the chance to flip the script and change the narrative and make indigenous foods great again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lusaso. A round of applause for her. So there is chance to use the emerging technologies. I want to believe that in African Union Development Agency, there is this panel called African Union High Level Panel on Emerging Technologies, with which African Union is using to actually encourage member states to tap on emerging technologies to simplify the livelihoods of Africans. So thank you so much for bringing that up. There is a chance to use the social media to change perception, targeting our young people because that's their audience, that's their tool. Once again, a round of applause for Lusaso. I am now crossing over to you, Joseph. we have the value chain. So young entrepreneurs are reimagining the future of food, not only as producers, but as storytellers, innovators, and brand builders. And they are adopting the new technologies, exploring sustainable practices, and redefining what it means to grow and market African food for a modern generation. Yet challenges remain, from weak value chains and limited access to finance, to the lack of feasibility and platforms that connect farm-led innovation with a strong branding and consumer demand. And initiatives like your CAADP are beginning to bridge these gaps by supporting youth participation across the entire food system, and that is why I want to believe we are here. So from your perspective, Joseph, how can young agripreneurs leverage innovation, branding, and communications to build strong value chains that connect healthy soils, nutritious crops, and vibrant African food markets, while overcoming the structural barriers that limits their growth and visibility?
All right, thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon once again. My name is Joseph Fashola. I'm the co-founder and CEO of AgroLinking. And at AgroLinking, we are an agri-tech and an agribusiness organization that firstly focus on helping people understand that agriculture is no longer agriculture, but it's actually agribusiness. And we need to move as a continent from doing things that our forefathers passed on to us, which is not sustainable, to now thinking from a business side. Beyond that, we understand the importance of technology in not just our food systems, but in what we eat, in helping us make decisions as to what we should consume. And in that light, we developed our digital food traceability solution called AgTro. Now, we've come to understand that there's a rising population of people who are growing concern about what they are consuming. They want to know where the food they are consuming is coming from. They want to know what has gone into the food that they are consuming. And like my colleague here rightly said, people want to be able to make decisions for themselves, right? A brief example, we went out for lunch and we are basically eating what was provided to us. Yes, it was a buffet, right? But at some point, you have to make a decision as to, oh, I want to eat this. Now, imagine there is a technology that for everything you want to pick at the buffet, you get to know where the source was from. You get to ask yourself, okay, what chemical was used? Is this purely organic? If I consume it, how is it going to affect my health at the end of the day? All these things come together into branding, right? And as producers, as processors, as value chain players, we need to be able to show the story from farm to fork. Now, recently we onboarded a farm in Katsina State, Nigeria, where I'm from, 100 hectares hibiscus farm, purely organic. When trying to help them assess market, one of the things we made them understand is, before people are able to buy your products that you say is purely organic, they need to be able to know that it's actually purely organic. And how are you able to back that up? You need data, you need verifiable facts, you need things that can show and prove that you are not just saying that this food is nutritious, you're not just saying that it's healthy, you're not just saying that if you consume this, you're going to get vitamin A. I need to see it for myself. The processes that it has gone through, I need to also see it for myself if it's something that fits with my current health status, right? And now moving from that angle, you can see that the youths of nowadays, especially children, right? When you give them something to eat, the first thing they're like, Mommy, where did you buy it from? That's the first question many people ask, many kids will ask you. Oh, Mom, where did you buy it from? Oh, how is it going to affect my health? And when you see the adverts, the marketing campaigns that these big brands do, they can tell you that, oh, because you're drinking, I don't want to mention a particular brand name, it's going to help increase your thinking capacity, help you become this and that, strong and all this. Why can't we do it for the nutritious food that we say we produce? And why can't we prove it for the foods that we say we produce? It goes beyond just saying, I'm a farmer and I want to access market. You need to be able to back up what you are doing with solutions like ours that is helping people to be able to know where their food comes from. Now, going to the market access point of view and also to the funding part, when, due to the European Union regulation on deforestation and that of the United States and also that of the Asian market, you've come to realize that many of our African producers and processors are blocked out of these markets because they are now asking for proof of origin. They are now asking you to show that what was the process that these products went through. And to be sincere, how many of us here can say that either the producers that we support or in our countries, their solutions or their ways we are able to prove this without having to over-explain, like my people would say in Nigeria, to shalaye, and shalaye and keep explaining to people that, oh, this is what we did. But simply by proving to them with a QR code that scan this and you get to see the entire journey of the product, and you make a decision whether or not you want to buy from us. Sometimes our products leaves our shelves due to whatever it is that we've done to enable it pass our shelves. But on getting to the markets out there, a question of, okay, does it meet the standards? Because they protect their people. So to the governments that are in the house, to the policymakers, how are we protecting our people? How are we ensuring that we are not just collecting, what's the word now? We are not just collecting development funds from either private organizations that are doing our people harm in terms of society good, and they are giving back to the society in terms of their foundations or their programs, but simply saying that do these things that helps our people become healthy. Right? The food that you are importing to us over here, do your people out there also eat it? The same marketing campaigns that you carry out to promote nutritious food over there for your people, do the same thing for us as well. And at the end of the day, our producers will no longer be people who are just peasant farmers or people who are struggling to survive. Because when you look at our population, many people are just struggling to survive. The reason why many of us are not even concerned about where our food comes from is because we are basically living on survival, right? I'm living on maybe less than $1 per day. And someone that is living on less than $1 per day does not care where the food comes from. He's just concerned about what he's going to consume. And now going forward, if we are able to invest in solutions like this and we build capacities, right? Because we understand that capacity building is very important for solutions like this. And we build capacities of businesses, we build capacities of our organizations, we build capacities of producers and processors to be able to understand the importance of branding and communication. You would see that not only would we be able to consume healthy foods as consumers, but these people's life and livelihood, will increase because now they are able to charge what they actually worth in the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joseph. Thank you very much. I think one thing that is standing out for me from his contribution is that innovation is not just about production, it's about transparency and connection. So when consumers can be able to trace where their food comes from, the soil, the farmer, the process, this in turn is going to build, trust and pride in the African produce. So the ingredients on our packages should tell a story, and technology can actually link us directly to that journey from the farm to the plate. Once more, let us give him a round of applause for that contribution. So I'm going to go to the previous chef. I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Chef Paco, that how can the African chefs, being a chef yourself, harness creativity, storytelling, and collaboration to make sure that traditional African diets are not just healthy, but fashionable, desirable, and proudly mainstream, in contribution to making our continent proud with our diets?
All right. Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Limpo Lisulo. I am a youth for nutrition chef from Lusaka, Zambia, also known as the Pretty Chef. Firstly, I would like to say thank you. Like my fellow chef said, normally for chefs, we just know how to cut vegetables and clean and, cook and everything, but it's actually a privilege and honoring to speak as a chef. Mostly we are behind the scenes, but to actually be brought out and speak on what we know is very, very, very humbling. I think we have the power to shape food culture and influence people's perceptions. For me, it's about showcasing the diversity and richness of African cuisine. I think as a continent, we need to get to a point where we have people outside Africa looking at African food and can admire the food, We should be able to get to a point of embracing our culture, embracing our crops, embracing our culinary cuisines, and having them on our plates. I think also what has increased everyone not to like our foods, or rather to tarnish them, is because of what we were taught growing up. And also, if we think about it, most people, or rather in most African countries, the people that eat our African cuisines are considered as poor or really can't afford the good food as it's put, or can't have no access to good life. But I don't think it's supposed to be like that. Like Madam here said earlier on, I think we need to get to a point where we can embrace our African cuisines, where it's like we go to conferences like this and we know, oh, hey, we're going to eat food from Rwanda, or we go to Nigeria, we know, oh no, we're eating Nigerian food. We go to South Africa, we're eating South African food. That way we are actually embracing our foods. And even for us chefs, we need to get to a point where we can actually look at this food and make it look appetizing, you know? Culinary storytelling is key. When people see the passion and love that goes into cooking African dishes, I feel like they will be hooked. On social media, for me, for example, back home, what I do is I share behind the scenes of cooking so that people know that cooking is not boring. Cooking is an art. Cooking is it's food. It goes in our stomachs, and if we're not interested in the process, then it becomes a problem. So investing in showing people how to cook, step-by-step recipes, like some of the recipes that we're going to be showing and showcasing tomorrow, showing how we can prepare these African cuisines in a more modernized way. Yeah.
Thank you so much, the PD chef. What stands out for me is that she reminds us that the African cuisines should be as diverse as the continent is, rich in flavor, and we know that our continent is rich in color and rich in story. We have beautiful, different 55 stories across our continent, and we have to leverage that, because for too long our food has been misunderstood or even looked down upon or associated with poverty. So we have to be intentional about, rebranding our food, using the art of cooking as a tool to present, package, and elevate that art to the rest of the world. Thank you so much for that insight, and a round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. I want to believe we are getting somewhere. We are now going to Matlogonolo. Matlogonolo is doing something great in South Africa. She's training young chefs. So I want to believe that the Agenda 2063 that we are talking about, she has actually caught the vision, because she starts them from as young as 5 years old. So she's now training those that are yet to take over in the next 40 years. So Matlogonolo, Africa's our indigenous or traditional foods, they carry rich stories, rich culture and wellness and identity. But in today's fast-paced digital world, the stories oftentimes they struggle to compete with global food trends that dominate our screens and shape our appetites. So the question before us is how to make Africa's traditional diets not only healthy but desirable. How to package our heritage in ways that resonates with both young and urban audiences, while positioning African food as a global brand in its own. So your question is, what innovative branding and communication strategies, from storytelling and influencer campaigns to platforms like your TikToks, Instagram, and podcasts, can help build a Pan-African movement that elevates our indigenous foods, making them both proudly local and globally aspirational in the lead up to your general presentation?
Good afternoon once again. I'm very passionate about the Africa agenda, and especially into our food and promoting our foods. And I think the beauty about Africa is its diversity. Diversity in culture, diversity in food, diversity in everything that we do, language. And I think for me, one of the biggest strategies is storytelling. And then I'm going to divert a bit. I'm going to take you back to the time, during the times of COVID. And I think the world looked at Africa differently at that time. And then TikTok was introduced. and young people and people who, and started, showing Africa on TikTok. And the world started asking, is that really Africa? Because the story, the narrative was changed. And for me, that's the biggest strategy. We need to tell our stories because often our stories are told and are distorted. Our origins of where our food comes from are told and are distorted. And then if you look back in the olden days, we were raised by our grandmothers where when you have to maybe take a yam, they will tell you a story of how you need to prepare that yam and why you prepare it. And we will buy the yam based on the story that we're told. But if you find it in the shop, you're just going to look at it as something that is not attractive, and then it's something that you're not going to buy. But I believe that in storytelling and telling our own stories, we are able to change the narrative, and it's one of the biggest and the most effective strategies, because if you look at platforms like TikToks, they have become global and digital kitchens. We are able to tell stories across the world without moving an inch from where you are. And I believe that we need to encourage storytelling. We need to encourage promoting our foods. And like I said earlier, that I was a bit disappointed that when we organize conferences like this, we talk about food and preserving Africa's indigenous food, but we are not promoting them in the very same places that we should. We are the very same people that are not promoting, and I believe that we need to tell our stories before somebody tells us. It's one of the biggest and the most powerful strategies when it comes to changing the narrative in terms of our food. And I'll give an example. In South Africa, there is one of the most beautifully packaged protein bar made from mopane worms. And that protein bar is being sold in the US, but in the very same country that it comes from, it's not well received. And we've got the very same mopane worms where people have made tortillas out of it. And then the nutritional values out of this is the most, mopane worms have the highest protein. But they are being seen as the very same people that we're trying to change the narrative with. The very same Africans are looking at mopane worms as something, but then somebody else then found something out of it, packaged it, and sold it for a fee that we cannot even afford it ourselves. And that for me is problematic. And then we've got a product that is made out of marula nuts, where somebody is made, it's like a peanut butter, and it's sold in health shops at the highest fee. And then those people are actually getting those ingredients for free and in our backyards, and then we are looking and not. Somebody else is telling our story, and then we are looking, and then I'm asking and pleading for those who are making decisions in terms of policy, from plant to policy. We need to make sure that we are inclusive, because our stories are being told by somebody else, and then we are not able to afford, and they are being distorted. And then we've got a rich culture, and then we've got an advantage because we have a lot. So I could say a lot. I get very emotional and very sad about, because I produce, and then we also teach people to produce, and most especially into indigenous food. So we really promote our indigenous food and in storytelling and in any ways, whether it's packaging or otherwise, but it's really important for us to preserve our heritage.
Yeah, thank you so much, Matlhogonolo. I think there's a key message here to our legislators. Let us enact enabling environments for our African food. Last but not least, we have our last panelist, Khotla Moalusi. He's from Gracelands. So the question that I'm going to ask him is going to be similar to Joseph's question, because they are in the same value chain, because he's a producer. How can young agripreneurs leverage innovation, branding, and communication to build strong value chains that connect healthy soils, nutritious crops, and African food to markets while overcoming the structural barriers that limit their growth and visibility. I want to believe this is what Matlono has also been crying about, that there are structural barriers in the process.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Am I audible? Oh, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Khotla Moalusi from Graceland Farms, Botswana. We're an integrated farm that has encompassed a number of enterprises under one roof to ensure sustainability. What we do is we produce crops. There's animal husbandry, poultry, agro-services. That's just to mention a few. So going down to the question, strong value chains that connect healthy soils, nutritious crops, and attractive food branding. We start with soils. In order for us to maintain or enhance soil nutrition, we need to take care and look out for our soils, like today we've been learning. We need to take measures like crop rotation, maintaining nutrient content of the soil, research on how to, or what your soil and water has, right? So that you know what to feed to your soil or, yes, and the likes. So this in turn will help us to achieve better crops. This is a value chain. This will help us harvest good crops if we take care of our soils and ensure that we are feeding them the right nutrients and so forth. This in turn means that we end up with products that we take to our clients. We end up with wonderful harvests, wonderful fruits, wonderful whatever you'd be harvesting, yes. And yes, that is how we then go to food branding. Food branding means being able to sell your product or take your product to people so that people learn to appreciate you as a brand, your product as a brand, and be able to satisfy our consumers accordingly. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. A round of applause for Khotla. I think the key message that comes from him is that healthy food begins with healthy soil. So producers has to be intentional about enhancing the soils that they use to produce what we eat through crop rotation, soil nutrition research, I want to believe, and sustainable farming practices. So when we understand what our soil needs, we'll produce better crops and achieve stronger yields. So I want to take this moment, ladies and gentlemen, for you to help me to appreciate our panelists for their insights. I want to believe that we have learned something from them. Let us give them a round of applause as we continue with our program. So having said that, the session was supposed to end at 1800 hours. We only have 8 minutes to the end of the session. But we cannot just allow Sylvester to go back without giving them comments. And if there is time, we can take 1 or 2 comments from the audience before we wrap up the entire session. So Sylvester, is your time now.
Not a problem at all. I think in the next 5 minutes, I am really impressed, ladies and gentlemen on stage. I think it's very clear that the opportunity for young people is right in front of us. The question that I have, though, is when I listen to all of you, the core theme to me is the challenge of trying to get critical mass. Because on the one hand, we have traditional, or let's say international brands or international foods, Indian food, American food, dominating all our countries and dominating the continent quite strongly, investing billions of dollars in advertising and making sure that you get the burger, you get the drink, you get the snack, etc. So when you have a Mopami worm snack bar, how are people going to know about it, and how do they get to see it, and how does it get amplified? So on the one hand, we have this massive challenge of the competition, global competition. So the question for me is, how in your mind do you think we could get critical mass in your own areas? What's stopping us from gaining critical mass exactly? Open to anyone.
Okay. Just to quickly answer that, so I think from my perspective, we can't get critical mass because a lot of young people, even grown people, aren't very much educated about what's in their food. So when I joined Fix My Food, we were taught how to analyze the nutritional information of a food item. And just guessing, maybe in this room there's only 3 people who can do that. Or how to scale down in kilograms. So when you're looking at a bottle of Coca-Cola, they tell you that there's maybe like 10 grams of sugar. Not a lot of people know how many teaspoons those are. So I'm not gonna tell you because I don't wanna ruin that for you. Go do the maths. So I think it's very important that initiatives like the one I'm in and the rest really do try to educate the masses so they can rally behind really making more informed decisions, because people can't make decisions they know nothing on. So in my initiative, we had a period where we were going around to schools, universities. We have a game called Sugar Bingo, where we take a different cool drink, energy drinks, and we make you guess the sugar, then we tell you the sugar, then you collapse. But I think we should, it is, the question you're asking then brings me to say there is a gap in food education. People don't know what they're consuming, meaning they don't know what's good, what's not. So for them to rally behind consuming really good, nutritious food, we need to educate the masses. Thank you so much.
All right, to buttress that, I would say this from an agripreneur and agribusiness standpoint. I don't have the marketing budget that someone like Coca-Cola would have, or someone like Nando's would have, or someone like KFC would have.
True.
The investors in Africa are not willing to support me because I'm small, I'm young, I'm too risky for them, right? Now, how do I compete with these people in the market? They're putting their marketing campaigns on billboards across the streets. I can see them 20 times before I go to bed. I turn on my television, I'm seeing them. I'm scrolling through the internet on my phone, I'm seeing them. I'm walking past my junction, I'm seeing them. I'm driving my car, there's a sticker behind a bus. I'm sleeping in my dream, I'm imagining them giving me their advert because I've seen it over and over and over again. I am trying to make food traceable for producers and processors. I'm struggling to market it and make even the regulators in my country see how important it is for people to be able to consume nutritious food. I'm trying to get the regulators on board. I'm trying to get the consumers themselves to be able to see that they need to know where their food is coming from. But I don't have the marketing budget to reach over 200 million Nigerians for a start. I don't even have the marketing budget to reach 1 million Nigerians. Yes, you would say I should use social media.
Understood.
The cost of running social media consistently, the marketing budget that is needed alone. And then you look at it, I'm not just positioning myself as a brand, I need to also do the work. I need to do the operations that is involved. I need to ensure that everything with the organization is working well. And I'm still trying to look for funding to ensure that the business runs quickly, as fast as possible.
Thank you.
So these are some of the barriers that we are facing, and this is why we are here as youth and saying that don't look at us as youth and good to have in conversations. Intentionally design systems, solutions, strategies that support us. Yes, we say opportunity crops are good to consume and all that. But if a brand, a global brand, bring opportunity crop, you would rather buy it than buy it from me that is bringing it to you because you've seen their marketings over and over again. So this is the take home for us, and we are saying support the people you know, support the youths you know. Yes, they are international brands, but someday we would also be international brands. By 2063, hopefully, would be there and we would have pushed this narrative further. Thank you.
So, yes, you may. I think I love what you said around education. The second point is marketing budget, so marketing, supporting what we're doing from a marketing perspective. Anyone else? Yeah.
Could I add on? I think to add on what they've said, honestly speaking, I think interest. I don't think so many Africans have the interest to actually know the nutritional value of these foods. You know, it's really more about just consuming and not actually wanting to know, oh, hey, this is a banana, how much nutrients does it have, you know? So I think if we put in the interest and actually put in the effort to know, to say, okay, this is what I'm consuming, I think it would be better. I feel like we need to actually rise up and actually want difference and actually want to take our African cuisine out there, because without the interest, I don't think we can, I don't think it can get there.
I think for me, the drive is there, right? And maybe it came at a very later stage. And I think we need to, and I think people in a position of influence, people who are change makers, I think we need to be deliberate and intentional about promoting our products. And I think we are getting somewhere slowly, but I think it's doable. And I think platforms like this would be able to give us a leverage to do that.
So I think that says to me that I guess all things considered, maybe getting more organized as a group or as a region in being able to tackle some of the areas that stop us from scaling or be able to gain critical mass. Because on the one hand, we are seeing incredible investment being done or being invested to say the opposite of what we're talking about on this platform. You know, we're advertising more of the processed foods, extremely on a daily basis, thousands of messages that go out. Maybe there's not enough of messages coming out on the other side to try to combat that. And I think maybe as a way of closing, that's probably something that we can think about of how we can organize. Yeah.
So when I say we're getting there slowly, I just want to give you an example. And I think recently I went to Egypt and I learned that the Egyptians, in actual fact, boycotted any other brands that did not come from their country to promote their own indigenous food. And I think by doing that, they did not do it in such a way that, you know, they will chase people away, but they were very deliberate to the government to say, when we do this, our small businesses and our producers that are in there, and that's how entrepreneurship in Egypt, and that's how they were recognized. The companies like Pepsi lost market share. In the companies like Coca-Cola also lost market share because the young, like the indigenous drinks that comes from Egypt, then they started to emerge and then people started appreciating that. But also it comes from us also as Africans to try and support our own and elevate our own brands, because if we don't do that, these brands are going to die and then somebody else is going to pick them up and tell our own story. So the power is in us to make sure that we elevate these brands, and doing so, and I still believe that we still have a chance to do that, and then we will win.
All right. All right, thank you so much. A round of applause once again for our panelists and for you as well as for being the good audience. I want to close, but I believe I will be doing injustice or no fairness to you if I close without asking for at least 2 or 3 questions, comments, or... Yeah, there's a hand there. I don't know if there's any roaming mic on the floor. Okay. We have one hand there. Any other question, comment? There's a hand there as well. Okay, let's start there and then we'll come over to that side. There's another hand there on the left side as well. That side. Okay.
Hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Crescencia. I'm a farmer based in Tanzania. My question is, many indigenous African foods are gaining popularity globally, yet farmers who grow these crops often struggle to access markets and benefit from the growing demand. What strategies can be implemented to ensure that farmers are supported and empowered to benefit from the increasing interest in indigenous African foods? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Nkiru Castello Konko is my name, from Nigeria. I think it's only fair that we appreciate the young people one more time. It's really exciting to listen to you, but just a quick recommendation. If you want the adults to take you more serious and to leave a legacy, document. I need you all, the chefs, to come together with the agribusiness experts. Document the menu. Link it to the CAADP Kampala Declaration. Within your various countries, find entry points of how you can engage. I'm sure earlier this morning you heard that FARA has the Forgotten Foods, database. These are things that you can also work on. And then lastly, let me encourage the young people. I have a special message for all the young people in the room. So after the session, I can give you the message. Thank you so much. Well done.
Thank you very much for the recommendation, and I think you'll be proud that the recipe that they're doing tomorrow, they're going to be documented and they're coming up with the recipe book, and I think that's the start of trying to be deliberate about what we're doing. We're very proud of what they're going to be bringing tomorrow, and the recipes that are going to be showcasing, they're going to come up with the recipe book, and I think everybody should support. Thank you very much.
All right, to answer the first question.
Yeah.
Yeah, to answer the first question, it's a tough question, but also a straightforward question, right? You mentioned that our African food and our produce are desirable in exports or international markets, but the farmers who are producing these products are unable to access this market themselves and are unable to do something. There was another word you used. Can you remind me, please? Access the market. Now, the first thing is these strategies that we can follow or solutions that can be enacted or implemented. First thing is farmers need to document. She mentioned something, right, which is correct. Farmers need to document their operations. They need to document everything they do. The truth is nobody is willing to buy in the international market. Nobody is willing to buy what they don't know, right? Everybody wants to know if what I'm consuming. Europe, for example, would not allow you bring in products into their country. They are very conscious about protecting their consumers into their continent. They are very conscious about protecting their consumers. So firstly, our farmers need to be able to document their journey. They need to be able to prove the things that they are doing and showing that I am not just producing this for the sake of production, but what I am producing is actually changing lives. And then we as agribusinesses, as actors across the value chain, need to also tell stories of these farmers. It's very difficult as a business to blend the business angle of things and also the impact side of things, right? Because many people are chasing profits. But the most important thing that people forget is when you follow impact to a larger extent, the profits will come directly. And impact may not be what everybody defines as impact in that sense, right? But when you follow impact strictly and say, this is what I want to do, I want the lives of these farmers to be improved. So what we are doing, for example, is this. We understand that farmers are unable to access this market themselves. So we are helping them access this market by making their journey visible. So when next you want to buy a product from a farmer or you see a product in the market, right, you scan it and then you're able to trace it back to the journey. Now, for a product as such, you would not pay the same price that someone who goes to the farm gate to buy the product from would pay the
30
price
seconds,
for.
Joseph.
Thank you.
30 seconds. All right. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry I'm not rushing you up, but I think we kind of get really what we are, where we are headed. So thank you so much for that presentation and even interaction with the audience. So at this point in time, I have the honor, ladies and gentlemen, to invite over for the parting words or parting thoughts from AUDA NAPAD Senior Program Officer, Nutrition and Food Safety, Kefile, to share her thoughts with us.
Thank you so much. I'm actually very excited. This is our first masterclass for the youth, and we hope that in the next coming sessions on ADFNS and CAADP, we'll make provision to have different masterclass targeting different subject matter. And I also want to extend my sincere gratitude to Mr. Sylvester, Dr. Sylvester Chauke. Recently, you have your doctorates there, for flying all over from South Africa to come be with us. He's such a busy man. I'm sure you've seen his presentation. He's the man in demand, working tirelessly for the continent. But I'm happy that he made sure that he created time, to be with us today in Kigali and motivate the youth in terms of innovative branding, especially when you talk about the healthy diets. How can we brand healthy diets and promote healthy diets consumption across the continent? And for those that are actually in the food industry business as young chefs and also young agripreneurs, how can they actually brand their products that they produce? So I'm quite motivated, and I want to believe that everybody who's in this room is also inspired and motivated to see what Sylvester actually had in store for us. So I'd like to thank all the panelists and all of you that are here present. Your patience to be with us until this hour is quite appreciated. And also lastly, to thank our sponsors, FAO from Ghana. I don't know where Dr. Muzi is. We have also UNICEF SRO office for sponsoring the youth. We also, of course, AUDA NAPAD for sponsoring the youth as well. World Food Program for sponsoring the youth, and everybody that have contributed to youth to be here. Sun Movement as well for ensuring that the Sun youth champions are part and parcel of this important session. I salute all of you and thank you so much and have a great evening tonight. Thank you so much.
I think before you take your seat, Fifi, there is a group picture, a family picture. So I'm going to invite all the panelists to, I don't know how Ansla is going to direct us for the family picture of the panelists and the moderators. Yeah. Just a quick one, there's a session coming here. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. We've come to the end of this masterclass.
For those of you who can stay behind, please stay behind. We have another session. Dr. Kovic, please come and lead us. Thank you.
Okay, those that are with us, we have a side session that is starting right now. It is specifically on looking at evidence for food systems transformation towards common visions of national food systems transformation pathways. And we will focus on the lessons that have been learned. I would like to encourage people to come up front. It feels like little drops in the ocean.
I think it would be nice if you could come up front so that we can really have a good session. We have some tough competition in cocktails and all that. But I think there's a lot to be learned amongst the experiences that we have had. Can I just have just a little bit of a feel of the countries that are in the room? Just put up your hand, and if your country has already been mentioned, you can put down your hand. Let's start over here. Country, just scream. Cameroon. Any other country? Hands up over there. Eswatini. Yes. Rwanda. Yes. Burkina Faso. Ethiopia. Yes. Tanzania. And that's it. Nigeria. So we do have a few countries in the room. Over there. Angola. Okay, it would really be nice if we could come up front. Zambia. Well, me too. Zambia. I really want to say thank you very much for staying with us. I think we have, we're going to have some presentation. I don't know where my friend is. Tahai, come so that I can show them that I have a younger twin. A much, 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 much younger twin. Yeah, so she will be helping me around. She'll be roaming around at some point to make sure that we can share our experiences. Just to frame why we are here, you will recall that we had this thing that was called the UN Food Systems Summit, and many of the countries sitting in this room and beyond responded. We all developed what we called food systems transformation pathways. And since 2021, a lot has happened. We've been talking about CAADP Kampala, and we are thinking of how are we actually moving? How are we connecting our national food systems transformation pathways to what is going to happen in the Kampala Declaration? What are the experiences from the countries that we can actually work with? What are the lessons that we learn that can help us do better? Our young people just now talked about how branding and doing certain things is affecting the quality of our diets. Our transformation processes need to address all these things. So without wasting too much time, we will start with a presentation from Ethiopia. I see our representative from Ethiopia is nodding. We will start with a presentation from Ethiopia, and the idea is to learn from how the situation has evolved there. And then after that, we will have a presentation that will talk about how monitoring and evaluation has been incorporated into that. It's one thing to transform our food systems. It's a completely different matter for us to be able to find a way of monitoring that progress, especially when there are so many different trade-offs. I think we have the wrong presentation on the screen. We should have the presentation by Dr. Mulugeta from Ethiopia, please. Dr. Mulugeta, please come forward. Dr. Mulugeta is an advisor at the Ministry of Agriculture in Ethiopia and works on food systems. And he told me this morning that he is actually an enthusiast of post-harvest something. So over to you. Thank you very much for being here.
No problem. Thank you very much.
I'm going to walk you through the process of the Ethiopian food system. So, you know, like any other developing countries in Africa or anywhere, Ethiopia has a very big problems like a population pressure, specifically those youngsters who look for a job, and we have a high prevalence of malnutrition, a triple burden one, and natural resource degradation, food deficits, sometimes we have political conflicts, and lack of technological adoptions. But when we are categorizing our key challenges, or when we are categorizing our key challenge, we already aligned with the UNFSS action track and action areas. We have about 18 key challenges. For those challenges, we had a process started in January 2021. We worked almost 5 years. Now we have a roadmap with a climate resilient food system, Ethiopian food systems transformation roadmap. Within this roadmap, we have about 7 clusters, which consists about 24 game-changing solutions. The first cluster is about ensuring availability and accessibility of safe and nutrient-dense foods, which is a problematic in Africa. In this cluster, we include about food safety and quality, about production of nutrient-dense foods, about the consumption of biofortified and industrial fortified foods, and about the climate-smart livestock value chain, and improving the indigenous foods. If you can fulfill this one, the next step is the literacy, or shifting the consumption of the population to a healthy diet. This will be done through nutrition literacy, the Ethiopian food-based dietary guidelines, and others. The third cluster is a policy framework or an enabling environment like the land reform and land administration, the land use planning, the green legacy, the massive tree planting initiatives, and having a farmers' financial institutions. Those will enable the food system transformation to achieve in 2030. The fifth one is about marketing. It's about the supply chain, and about the fourth one is, it's about inputs. It was discussed yesterday in the CAADP. It's about fertilizers, mechanizations, making the agriculture modernized. And when we are modernizing our agriculture, we have to have an effective forecasting technologies. So this cluster 4 is dealing with those ones. Cluster 5 is about market and market information. We have to develop a very effective and robust market information system. At the same time, in Ethiopia we have an informal market is a lot, so we have to develop a supply chain management and others. Then, as you know, the food system says no one leave behind, but always there is a risk, a shock. So this cluster 6 is about mainstreaming and managing and protecting the poor. It's about the safety net program. It's about the school feeding programs. It's about the insurance of agricultural products and livestock. Then we have one new cluster. It's 7. We call it post-food system, or an enabling one. It's about rural electrification, because the rural areas, they need to keep their food the whole year, or it should be available the whole year. So we have a rural electrification. there is decentralization of urban that engages youth with different jobs. And we have also vocational training. You know, we have to transform our youth from theoretical issue to practical ones. So, how it looks our governance structure? We have a council which is led by the Deputy Prime Minister, and this council is designated to supervise the Ethiopian food system transformation, the Ethiopian food system and nutrition strategy, the Sokota Declaration. Then we have an interministerial steering committee. At this interministerial committee, we have a chair MOA and a co-chair Ministry of Health. Those are the conveners of the Ethiopian food system. Then we have in regions also councils, which is led by the presidents of the regions. We have cluster working groups. And when it comes to the Ethiopian food system alone, we have a multi-sector, how we call it, the interministerial steering committee, and we have a secretariat, which is ATI, and there are 15 ministries or 14 ministries and one commission that composes the interministerial. And with this, we have 7 clusters. We have a lead and co-lead for those clusters, and we have a task team, for example, for the monitoring and evaluation, which will be presented next after this presentation. So, what's our implementation arrangement? The implementation arrangement is we first got a political buy-in from the government, then there is socialization with relevant organizations, then we have media campaign. We're already developing an advocacy for media, and regional level implementation. We have already established different councils in regions and specifically on Oromia from region to Warada, and financing Ethiopian food system. This one will be done very soon. So, what's the agriculture sector contribution to Ethiopian food system transformation and nutrition? The first one is about clustering. Now we have a cluster farming, which is led by the Ministry of Agriculture with the support of ATI. And there are policy reform and strategies. Now we have a revised agriculture and rural development policy that includes the food and nutrition security, the third and agri-food system. We have strategies on post-harvest management, on food safety, and nutrition-sensitive agri-food system. And we have a wheat initiative, which now we have a sufficient wheat production for the population. We don't import, or we no more import wheat to the country. And we have a green legacy where we planted about 40 billion trees, and there is a Yelimat Rufat, or the bounty of basket, which includes the livestock food products. So, what's the transformative investment in agriculture we need this time? We need on transformative investments in fertilizer. As you may have heard from the news, now we are going to establish a fertilizer factory in coordination with the Dangote, and supply chain investments, agro-processing, mechanization, livestock-related investments, and acid soil treatment. Of course, when we produce food, the food should be healthy. This means we have drafted a proclamation to ban those foods which are not unhealthy. this is what I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A lot of work happening in Ethiopia, and I noticed the 15 interministerial steering committee. That's a lot of sectors that have been put together. So how are we going to monitor all this? I hear you have also developed a monitoring and evaluation framework to make sure that that vision of food systems transformation is monitored across multiple domains. So for this, we have Dr. Getachew Lagesa from the International Livestock Research Institute to tell us about the efforts that are taking place on the monitoring side, but also how we are trying to connect this to the CAADP process. Thank you very much, Dr. Getachew. Please give him the hand of applause.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mulugeta has made my life easy because he has presented the 24 game changers of Ethiopian food system and the 7 clusters of these game changers. And he has also spoken about a strong governance structure for Ethiopian food system, which is led by 15 or 16 ministries that are coordinated in one governance structure. He has also spoken about the government initiatives, food system transformation initiatives, the mega projects that are the flagship programs that the government of Ethiopia is implementing. My presentation is on the monitoring and evaluation part. As part of the UN Food System Summit, over 170 countries have developed their food system transformation pathways, and Ethiopia is one of the countries that developed a modest food system transformation pathway. And it's not only the food system transformation pathway, but also Ethiopia has developed a monitoring and evaluation framework and indicators for its food systems transformation. This process involved desk review, small group works, and a series of consultations with different stakeholders, high-level government officials, including ministers, and validation of these indicators at different levels. The basis for food system monitoring and evaluation indicators is the food systems framework that's developed by high-level panel of experts for food systems Committee on World Food Security. And we also used the Food System Countdown to 2030 initiative, 5 thematic areas, and indicator domains under the 5 thematic areas. Indicators for monitoring and evaluation of Ethiopian food systems, we developed 4-level indicators. As the highest level is monitoring the food system transformation at the high-level outcome or impact level food systems transformation indicators. These are the 4 high-level outcome indicators: the economic, the social, nutrition and health, and environmental level indicators. These are high-level outcome indicators. We have monitoring food system transformation at intermediate outcome or cluster level indicators. These are indicators for the 7 clusters that Dr. Mulugeta presented earlier, measuring output or immediate outcome at game-changing level, game changers level. And we also have output level indicators at activities, because when it comes to the country level, all these initiatives in activities in the roadmap for food system transformations, they have to be measured. If we don't measure this, the output of the activities that we are implementing, we cannot measure high-level outcome indicators. So we developed this at 4 levels. And as you can see, it has a kind of pyramidal structure, the food systems transformation framework for Ethiopian food systems. It has pyramidal structure. As the top is very narrow, we have few indicators at the top. Then it starts broadening. As the base, we have many indicators because we have over 600 activities in Ethiopian food systems transformation roadmap, implementation roadmap. And in order to measure all these activities, we need to have indicators at output level. So when you see the pyramid, at the bottom is the food systems, just specific food system indicators that we developed for the roadmap activities, the ministry's medium-term plan activities, the NAPs, the National Investment, Agricultural Investment Plan indicators, the NEDCs, we can find them at at output level. As we progress, we come up with SDGs, CAADP, the Food System Countdown Initiative, and we find some NEDC indicators at the highest level. But there are also overlaps between these indicators. With regard to just briefly tell you how we did it, we started with review of indicators and initial works for the Ethiopian food system transformation pathway, and we also reviewed the global works that have been started by the Food System Countdown Initiative for monitoring food system transformation globally. Dr. Haddad has been telling us this morning that we are very slow in implementing the food system transformation. They have a monitoring tool that has 50 indicators. We tried that one to fit into our food systems, game changers and clusters and high-level outcomes. And then after checking this, we developed our own indicators from using different techniques. We had a series of consultations, validation workshops. We have been getting directions from the ministers. And after that, we started aligning the CAADP indicators, SDG indicators, and the NEDCs and the NAPs into the indicators that we developed. Now we are working on, we are finalizing alignment of NEDCs, NAPs, and alignment of the Ethiopian food system transformation pathway with the African common position on food systems transformation. And we are also working on development of data collection tools for monitoring and evaluation. And we are also working on digitalization of data collection process. Because if we don't have real-time data collection process that provides up-to-date information, we cannot monitor the progress of our food systems. This is the result framework for Ethiopia food systems transformation. As you can see it from the figure here, high-level outcomes are limited in number. After we align them, they are about 56. We have intermediate level, intermediate outcome level indicators and output level indicators. It's higher at lower levels. You can see the numbers, and there are overlaps, by the way, as you go to the higher level indicators, because there are overlaps. Some of the indicators that we use, they are used by SDG for SDG, they are used for Food System Countdown Initiative, they are used for CAADP. Similar indicators are used for different reporting mechanisms. And there are overlaps. We didn't put into this one. There are overlaps also for NAPs and NEDCs. The alignment with the African common position is, we are doing this in collaboration with AGRA, by the way. The purpose of this alignment is we are trying to see how we are really aligned with African common position on food system that informed the Kampala Declaration. And the purpose of this exercise is other African countries should also check whether they are really aligned to the common vision of African food system transformation so that we can really bring the required change. This is a very compact slide, but what I want to show here is both the Ethiopian food system transformation and the African common position are informed by the UN food systems, UN food systems 21. Both are informed by the 5 action tracks of UN food systems summit, and the Ethiopian food system is in the middle with the 7 clusters, and it is between the African common position on food system, where you can see red figures, and it is between the UNFSS and the 2. The alignment between Ethiopian food systems and the UN, the African game change, African common position, you can see it like, let me put it here because it's easier to understand it. For example, the first game changer of African common position, it is aligned to 3 clusters of Ethiopian food system clusters. And under each of the clusters, we have game changers. For example, it is aligned to game changer 2, game changer 3, and the game changer 6 under the first cluster, and it goes on like that. What we did is we tried to do this alignment, and because we already have indicators for the clusters and the game changers, we tried to see, we evaluated how these indicators fit to the activities put under Africa Common Position on Food Systems Game Changer 1, and we tried to align them. Now, we have a set of indicators that we suggested for Africa Common Position on Food System. And this, we believe that this helps other countries to also do the same, or it can inform the process of this such alignment. And it also contributes to the development of indicators for Kampala Declaration. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I was mesmerized and lost in that presentation, paying attention to everything that was being said. I think the one thing that I really like is this idea of ensuring that what is happening at country level is actually also aligning to contribute towards the Africa Common Position that has informed our Kampala Declaration. I think the next presentation will be done by myself, but before I make that presentation, I just want to say, when this presentation is finished, we are going to turn to you in the room. You are the panel that are going to tell us how this resonates with what you are doing in your individual countries or in your own work perspectives. We were told earlier on, I think it was Dr. Lawrence Haddad when he spoke this afternoon, where he said, food systems is not a project. Food systems is really looking at everything that we are doing around agriculture and food systems to see how these are interlinking to contributing to that common goal that we are trying to do. So different ministries are doing different things, and we can have trade-offs. And so to be able to monitor that, I think, is very important. The presentation that I am going to make is around the high-level panel of experts, Food Systems Transformation Framework. This is a framework that we have adapted as part of the Better Diets and Nutrition Science Program of CGIAR. And here I will specifically focus on this in terms of how it relates to towards the CAADP Kampala goals. And as CGIAR, we are really working around 5 different impact areas. And I'm using this to show that we are trying not to work in isolation, but to make sure that the work that we are doing in better diets and nutrition, as CGIAR, you know, there are 14 international agricultural research centers, that we are actually trying to align to what countries are doing, and that we are also being deliberate about ensuring that this science program would contribute towards the continental goals of Kampala. And here it's really in the challenges. We have nutrition, health, and food security, major challenges. I don't have to preach to the choir in this room. We have to address that. We have challenges around environmental health and biodiversity. As we transform our agriculture sector, how do we keep integrity of our biodiversity so that we don't lose it for future food security? How do we ensure that we have enough environmental health that we can support agriculture even? For example, if we misuse pesticides, we can kill the pollinators that we need to produce the very crops that we grow in agriculture. If we are not careful in how we are dealing with our livestock, we also have this issue of zoonotic diseases that can transfer from livestock to humans. I think the COVID pandemic showed us very well how that can happen. How can we make sure that we address those issues? Poverty, poverty alleviation, livelihoods and jobs. We are on a continent that is highly dependent on agriculture for livelihoods. And so as we transform our food systems, it needs to be done also in light of looking at the fact that that transformation must create jobs, must sustain meaningful livelihoods. And then, of course, the issues around gender, youth, and inclusion. All genders, including youth, men, women, everybody is part of our populations. We cannot transform our food systems if we ignore all these population categories. So the jobs that we create must be equitable as well. But of course, this is all embedded in a climate crisis. Recently, in the Horn of Africa, we went through 5 consecutive growing seasons without rain. And when you think in terms of that, it's a region where most of our agriculture is rain-fed. How do you survive? How do our food systems survive in such a context? So the work that CGIAR is doing is intended to contribute towards these impact areas. And based on what my colleagues have spoken, you can see these linkages, but you can also see how this connects to the goals of CAADP. This is the SOFI report of 2024. And here I simply want to draw your attention to the circle in the middle. Yellow is moderate food insecurity, red is severe food insecurity. For Africa, there in the middle, compared to the world, to Asia, and the other region, you can see that red and yellow covers almost the entire circle. Very little of that area is covered by green, implying we have a lot to do as part of the Kampala Declaration, as part of the food systems transformation efforts in the countries to cover that gap. But in covering that gap, we then have the furthest to go compared to these other regions to be able to address the food insecurity issues that we are facing. This means we do need initiatives like CAADP. And Kampala taking a food systems transformation approach implies we are in a better position to try and address some of the trade-offs that are associated with this effort. Recently, we had the Eat Lancet report that was released, and here we are talking about planetary boundaries. The climate boundary is already transgressed. Other boundaries are also transgressed. So anything that has gone beyond that inner yellow area has gone outside the climate boundaries. On this continent, I don't think anybody needs to tell us that the climate has changed. When you have gone through 5 consecutive growing seasons without rain, you do not need data anymore to tell you climate has changed. The challenge that we have as we seek to transform our food systems is that you can see now that lighter green that I have added to the slide is the contributions of food systems to the transgression of those boundaries, implying we can try as hard as we want to address climate change. If we don't address the contributions from our food systems, we will not be able to succeed because significant levels of those challenges are coming from our food systems. And so we come back to our continent, and in our Agenda 2063 as our blueprint, in CAADP Kampala as a way of trying to address all these challenges. We have a climate change strategy and action plan that also speaks of resilient development. We have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We have other strategies. We are beginning to see these multiple strategies on the continent beginning to coalesce towards addressing these issues. But while recently at the Africa Climate Summit, we were told that Africa must stop being a victim, we need to figure out how we can help ourselves. And we are doing this through the Kampala Declaration, building on Malabo and Maputo before that. But countries are also trying their bit, and we have seen the efforts from Ethiopia. There are efforts from other African countries as well. And so here I want to drill back to that Better Diets and Nutrition Perspective science program to say, how are we linking our research to addressing these perspectives? We know that it is important to take a consumer-facing approach. We heard from our youth, we are relentlessly bombarded with all kinds of advertising. Our food environments where we obtain our foods are not always helpful for healthy eating. So we're doing research around food environments and consumer behavior to make sure that these can become a pull factor on the transformation that we want to get from our pathways and also from CAADP Kampala. We also focus on looking at market systems. Agriculture only works for diets and nutrition if the market systems are conducive for that to actually be able to happen. So we do research around market systems, looking at how market dynamics can support food systems transformation. Then we also look at issues around what we call end-to-end approaches, and here focusing in particular on fruits and vegetables, a group of foods that we require to be able to meet better diets and nutrition. Also included in this cluster of work is issues around animal source foods and aquatic foods as well. We know that the African continent does have the blue economy strategy, and so this element also comes into play here. And then we also have this issue of other additional elements that we need to actually pay attention to. And specifically, work that has been done on biofortification. We know that on the African continent, we have now a biofortification strategy and fortification strategy. How are the pieces coming together as part of food systems transformation to contribute to those common goals that countries have put together? In addition, we also know that for us to be able to connect diets from food systems to nutrition outcomes, we need multi-sectoral approaches. So the health sector needs to come on board, the water sector needs to come on board, otherwise we cannot deliver on reducing undernutrition, for example. If children are drinking water that is not safe, even if we give them the right type of food, the children will be having diarrhea every other day. They will not be able to reach the nutrition status that we are looking for. So reducing our stunting levels from the 31% we were shown this morning by Madame Esterine would not be possible. And so other sectors need to come on board for us to be able to actually address nutrition outcomes. It is therefore important to note that in many African countries, we have the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Agriculture as co-chairs of our food systems transformation processes. This helps for us to address those common visions in the countries. And then finally, my thing is not moving. Finally, the last thing that would have come on board if my pointer moved would be the issue of the whole thing then requires transformative leadership to make sure that the pieces fall together. We have seen from the example we had from Ethiopia, many indicators. Why do we have so many indicators? We have multiple sectors that are engaged. The water sector needs their indicators. Education needs indicators. Agriculture needs indicators. Everybody is doing something that can contribute towards those common visions. Looking at all those indicators in one place allows us to be able to look at the perspective of ensuring that we can also avoid trade-offs. One of the trade-offs that we are already seeing now from our food systems is that while we have reduced stunting on average on this continent from 37% in the year 2000 to now 31% based on 2020 numbers, we have swung the pendulum in the other direction. So we've reduced moderately undernutrition shown by stunting, and then overweight and obesity is going up at the other end. That is a trade-off in our food systems right now. That means our food systems transformation must be looking at multiple levels of indicators across diverse sectors to make sure that we can make an effort to minimize such trade-offs. Finally, transformative leadership came up. And so part of that transformative leadership is embedded within the CAADP process, and our heads of state simply agreeing on a common position for the African continent. And at country level, our governments agreeing on a common position, common vision at country level. And we need these to be able to make the type of progress that we require. On this slide, I really want to use this. Sometimes when I present this slide, I call it my Africa opportunity slide. It's an opportunity slide for the African continent because we have so many instruments that are beginning to come together to address food systems transformation on this continent. But it requires us to be very deliberate about ensuring that these pieces of the puzzle actually do work for us. One, of course, is the fact that we do have a common continental framework in CAADP. We also have common frameworks, for example, in the climate strategy, in the water strategies, in the blue economy strategies, and others. So we have responded as a continent to the UN Food System Summit by developing a common position. We have further responded by using this common position to inform our CAADP Kampala declaration. And of course, countries are also making an effort to do their bit to transform food systems. We have seen the example from Ethiopia where the transformation pathway and the monitoring and evaluation that has been put into place is not just looking at Ethiopia. It is looking at how Ethiopia reports into CAADP biannual review, into SDGs, into nationally determined contributions. These are opportunities connecting our food system transformation pathways to these regional and global processes is an opportunity that we have here on this continent with the efforts that we are making. We also have efforts in food-based dietary guidelines, which only few African countries now have, 9. Some may think it is a problem, but it is an opportunity because the rest of the other African countries will be developing their guidelines in this new thinking of food systems transformation, and so they can make them better than all the others that have come before them. Just recently, we have been talking about the vision for adapted crops and soils. And by the way, although this was coming through an initiative of the US State Department, FAO, and the African Union, the root of this initiative is actually in the Africa Common Position, where there is an element of ensuring that our traditional and indigenous foods become part of our food systems transformation toolkit. And so this is my opportunity slide that I would like to end up with for us to listen to what others have to share on what you are doing in your own countries. What do you think of what is happening? How can you connect also to the continental processes and global processes? Thank you very much. I think I'm stuck here because of the microphone, unless can we hear, there are people in the room. I think another round of applause for the people that are still sitting in this room. You have fought back the temptation to go and drink some free wine and free beer at the cocktail just outside the door. So let's hear from you. Just generally reflect on, from your country perspective, how is your experience resonating in terms of trying to connect to regional and global processes? How do you see, perhaps even what challenges are you facing trying to move forward? We've used one case study in Ethiopia in the efforts that are taking place to try and move us to a better place. So please, hands for those that would like. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Let me use this opportunity to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the initiator of this Ethiopian food system transformation MND indicators. I think this could have been presented as a plenary rather than as a sidelight event because of the reason that this afternoon, Madam Estrin spoke about the CAADP implementation plan is underway, and the African Union investment plan is also on the plan basis. So I think it could have been better to present it as a plenary so that African Union also can have an opportunity to build upon these indicators and to scale it up to the African Union level. That might be my personal suggestion. I personally feel that from the Ethiopian perspective, we are on the process of developing national agriculture, agri-food system investment plan. I think the indicators could suit the national agriculture investment plan that we are envisaging to have because it requires MND system with indicators. So the job has been done, to my knowledge, in terms of developing our national investment plan. To the CGR, the initiatives that you have taken the CGR into 5 action track level, I think that also be helpful for the FARA, the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, to develop and to see the same scenario like you did it for CGR Center in Africa. I think my personal opinion is this presentation to be a little bit higher to others. Once it is being, probably I have seen some representative from the African Union. I think you need to take it up so that it can be spearheaded to the African level to be taken as a lesson for the development of that African Union is envisaging to do. I think, in a nutshell, to our satisfaction, we are on the process of developing it, and we can capitalize on using these indicators as a framework. I think, thank you very much for that helpful, insightful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think those were really comments. Thank you. African Union is a member state organization. We have Ethiopia, we have Zambia is still in the room. I don't know what other countries are still sitting around. So it's up to you to pick it up and take it to the African Union level. Maybe we can talk about how we can bring this perhaps to do something at the Heads of States Summit. Mr. Mumwai, do you agree? Thank you. Any other comments, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. So let me introduce myself. Do not allow my looks to confuse you. I am definitely from Nigeria and not Ethiopia. I work for FARA, Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, and very interesting that the gentleman that spoke alluded to that. And in FARA, although we haven't really been very much in the thick of the conversation around the UN food system and the different summits that have taken place, but we have also been doing a lot of work around food systems transformation. Actually, more specifically, foresight for food systems transformation. We have taken that space, recognizing that there's paucity of capacity to conduct, to even appreciate sometimes what food systems really mean, for our different stakeholders. So we have set up a number of what we call foresight hubs in different countries, working as CAADP institution, CAADP Pillar 4 institutions. That's FARA, CORAF, Azareka, and CADESA. And we have been, what we're seeing is convergence of this conversation around linking with the country focal persons of the UN Food Systems Summit and the activities that we are doing. And just yesterday, we had a side event where we are trying to develop a guide on measuring the impact of foresight on food systems transformation. And earlier in the year, we were working with FAO, trying to look at their, what they call the FOFA dashboard. I don't know whether you have come across that. FOFA is the future of food and agriculture, drivers and triggers of transformation. So we conducted 3 country foresight studies: Nigeria, Kenya, and Madagascar. So all of this work is really coming together, and it was for that reason when I saw the announcement for this side event, I thought, okay, maybe this is also one opportunity to link up, because we have spoken with the African Union that we need to have an Africa-wide foresight for food systems transformation sort of workshop and learning exercise, so that even as we have different country teams looking at their specific food systems transformation, but we should also have that common agenda which unites us under the CAADP agenda and Kampala and moving forward. So this is just to comment and also to really appreciate your presentation and be sure that we will look out and engage. I'll take this message to the African Union as well, since we're planning this workshop on foresight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It sounds like we have some convergence there. Thank you very much. Over here.
Okay, I'm from the Ministry of Agriculture from Ethiopia. Just to say a few words on the practicality and how the Ministry of Agriculture is benefited from this alignment process. The agriculture sector has an active medium-term plan with clear strategic result framework and indicator. So we have well aligned the national sector indicator across the Ethiopian food system and nutrition hierarchy of results with intermediate outcome and associated immediate outcomes and interventions and activities. So actually this gives us an opportunity to integrate the food system interventions in the sector annual operational plan and its implementation. As it was mentioned by Dr. Getachew, following this alignment, we have started to standardize of our data collection instrument. Based on our number of indicators, we have rigorously developed indicator reference guide that will going to be validated across stakeholders in the near future. And we are currently working to develop data collection and reporting tool. So once we finalize this modality to operationalize the system, we're going to have a digitalized management information system just to track the agriculture contribution towards the food system ambition. Actually, agriculture sector has a significant, among the 16 line ministry, the Ministry of Agriculture has a line share, and it has significant contribution to the ambition of Ethiopian food system, just supporting the 7 outcome areas and game-changing solutions. So we prepared a detailed implementation plan to design and roll out a digital monitoring system. We select DHIS as a platform, and by next year we're going to, as a foundation, we're going to pilot in 100 Rwanda with all indicators once we finalized the data collection and reporting template. Actually, this work will be a testing ground for other line ministries, the remaining 50 ministries. Actually, with the lead role of ILRI. Just to mention the one thing, this work has been done with strategic guidance of the Minister of Agriculture and Dr. Namakulu, and technically with the lead role of Dr. Getachew. So this will be a testing ground actually for other line ministries, so that will be equal level of fitting across sectors. And once each sector has done its own assignment, we'll have a comprehensive Ethiopian food system transformation MAND system. Currently, actually last year, Ethiopia did large sample survey, agricultural census. So we jointly developed the data collection instrument with the Ethiopian Statistical Services, considering the variables and indicators in the food system, So actually we'll have an information base as a baseline for future planning and tracking. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think it is commendable, really, to have the framework already being applied like that. Thank you very much. Yes, over here. Maybe I'll take the last two here and there, and then we can go and join the cocktail.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Milion. I work for ILRI. I really appreciate the presentations. What I feel like is, you know, the alignment we try to make is quite important. Otherwise, we'll be, you know, doing things quite uncoordinated. So I'm thinking, as someone coming from CGIAR, and I'm looking at, for example, a science program called Scaling for Impact, which in a way is supposed to contribute or be part of this kind of process. Now, if we are to take innovations as entry to fulfilling some of the CAADP objectives or food systems objectives, how best should CGIAR organize itself? And then particularly, how best should the science program, the Scaling for Impact science program, organize itself to better contribute and align itself to the CAADP process that you mentioned in the presentation?
Okay, I think what is important is for Scaling for Impact to do a deep down study of Kampala Declaration and Action Plan. Because then the kind of innovations that you are bundling together towards a scale can actually be looked at deliberately to contribute to those goals. At country level is the best place to enter, because at country level you can then connect to the kind of things that we have been presenting here. During the drafting of the Kampala Declaration, at that time, CGIAR was also working on our current Portfolio 25 research process, where the Scaling for Impact came through. I tried on my part, I was actually a nuisance, to reach out to the people who were leading the development of the Scaling for Impact. I kept on saying, please have a look, it's not yet finished, but please have a look. So we need to be deliberate. The thing is, it won't happen just organically. We need to be very deliberate about what we are doing. You will recall that for the 2023 stocktake of the UN Food Systems Summit, at least in Ethiopia, we mapped all the CGIAR research to those clusters that were being presented earlier on. So it's an opportunity for us to be able to find this linkage from research to what governments are actually trying to do. So we'll be happy to talk about that and see how we can do better. Yeah. And then there was one last question there. The gentleman, oh, I thought he had his hand up. It looks like not. Then you can be the last person instead of the one I thought was last. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Really very good. What I wanted is the amplification of the education sector, our multi-sector approach is that we need to make sure that we can amplify in it the education. I know, of course, we've been working with them, but when we talk of malnutrition and then the obesity issues, then I think we have to come strong and know that we have to intertwine education with our goals of really addressing poor nutrition. But also another aspect is data. The data on biofortification in our national statistics, the data on opportunity crops. We know that some countries are going to be collecting the crop census data. and other data that we need. I think we now need to have the countries collect data intentionally that we can address these real issues so that we can have real data on biofortification, fortification, and our opportunity and indigenous crops. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are you now the last one? One more, and then we, sorry, I've been looking in that direction. I didn't see you that side.
Sorry. That one?
You can start there because it looks like his hand was up and I was looking in the wrong direction, and then we will finish off with you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm intrigued by the presentation, particularly by the framework and how it integrates different pieces. My question, I think you can respond, but Ethiopia team can also be able to respond in terms of what is the experience in terms of the data collection methods and the cost of collecting data, the frequency and the cost of collecting data, and how the National Bureau of Statistics also come into this, because it looks like it have different points of data sets and evidence, and there's a lot that need to be processed for decision making. So how is their experience on that? Thank you.
Okay, I think who can address that question? Can you take that question? Okay, let's have, think of your answer. Let's take the question of the next person and then we can proceed. No, it's that gentleman there is the last one. I will have to say sorry to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the presenters, Dr. Getachew and Dr. Mulugeta, and as well as Dr. Namakulo. As a food system is, inherently complex and involves numerous sectors and actors, it is equally important to ensure policy alignment as well. So in this regard, if policy alignment is not successful, as we expected, we create, unintended negative effects. And therefore, how we are, ensuring policy coherence, which is very important, especially in Ethiopia, as it is in front stage in terms of implementing this food system transformation. And how we are going to, create synergy and coordination by bringing these multi-sectors in the food system. So the policy alignment is very important issue. We have, the newly approved agricultural and rural development policy that should be aligned with the food system transformation. But still, it's very challenging in terms of, ensuring policy alignments that integrate both in formulation as well as implementation up to that of monitoring and evaluation. This is very important, I think so.
So we can have an answer from there on the question of data collection. And then Dr. Dejene, can you address the issue of policy alignment?
Okay, thank you for the question. Regarding data collection, actually the Ministry of Agriculture majorly have two data sources. The administrative data that we collect quarterly in terms of measuring the progress of our target. The second source of data is a survey data from the Ethiopia Statistical Service that we always receive yearly around May. Actually, within the strategic result framework, there are complex indicators that couldn't able to get through administrative as well as survey. For example, we have indicators like soil loss, biomass, change in biomass, and soil health index. So in this case, we go for external third party or specialized agency so that there's a potential to get that kind of data from external party. So in terms of administrative data, we have organizational unit that starts from Kabale, the lower government entity, and data will flow, start from Kabale and flow to Warada, zone, region, and federal. So still we have a conventional data collection process. It's a paper-based. As I mentioned earlier, that will be changed soon while we design and roll out a digital system. Ethiopia Statistical Service, actually, there are around 7 modules. They provide yearly survey data. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Dejena, policy coherence.
Ernest, you brought a very fundamental issue. I think in terms of data tracking, I'm just giving you the experience of BR, biennial reporting for the African CAADP framework. The experience we had in the CAADP framework BR is you usually use Central Statistics Authority. We call it Bureau of Statistics, as they have a survey data. In a situation where data are not there, then we go to the administrative data of the sector. Then we have to also to look into the proxy indicator, international, like FAO, World Bank, in data tracking, because data tracking is a very expensive business, but it is not a one-shop activity. So you have to solicit data seeking in terms of from different sector of the ministry. In BR, there are data that we are lacking in. For instance, agricultural research spending is one of the missing data. Women Empowerment Index, post-harvest loss. There are quite a number of data in the BR process that we have not been able, and they are not there. So in a situation where there are data gaps, we need to have an alternative option on how to track them wherever it's possible. So I think it is not one-shop activity. We have to look into the different dimension from the CSA, administrative data, and of the proxy indicator where the international data gaps, sources are there, like FIPRI, World Bank, FAO. So that is the situation, but we need to have authenticity from the Central Statistics Office as initial endorsement from them. So that is the way.
Okay.
But it is an expensive business. We need to fill the gap in terms of where data gaps are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Burkina Faso. Then we go home. Burkina Faso is in front of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ousmane Ouedraogo. I am a nutritionist and lecturer at the Joseph Kizerbo University of Ouagadougou. Thank you very much for this experience sharing. Thank you for your beautiful presentation. When I see the governance structure of a food system in Ethiopia, I want to ask one question. I would like to know if there is a single governance structure for nutrition and food security in Ethiopia. If yes, are there no problem? Because we want to achieve this configuration in my country, but we are afraid because of problem of leadership enter several ministers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Mulugeta, I think you should take that one. The results framework, the monitoring and evaluation framework, food systems and nutrition. What are you doing about nutrition? Do you have a similar structure for nutrition separate from food systems? How is that working? And then, yeah. So you can tell us we contributed to whatever number of steps you normally count per day.
Actually, the Ethiopian food system transformation roadmap, and we have a food and nutrition policy, which has a strategy also. So, we have tried to complement the Ethiopian food system transformation roadmap and the food and nutrition strategy. So, pure nutrition, especially malnutrition, and others. We track them through the food and nutrition strategy. At the same time, the food and nutrition strategy is embedded in that Ethiopian food system transformation roadmap. So it is easier for us to look from the side of the food and nutrition strategy. But it is informed in the Ethiopian food system transformation roadmap.
So it's combined, it's inside there.
It's inside.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. So again, a round of applause for stamina. And thank you very much. I think we do have a number of follow-up items. One is this needs to be bigger and bring in more people. The other one is we need to follow up with the foresighting bit with FARA. And I think we can think of something more to do on this front. And then, of course, the scaling for impact connection. So thank you very much again for really being with us. Much appreciated.